your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save
Didn't mean to say too much, but you've been driving me crazy. Never felt like this before. I try to be nonchalant, even though it's obvious. I can never help wanting more. Oh, slip into the dark and then we end up in each other's arms. There's no looking back, I gotta find a way to where you are.
Make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. We can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. No, they can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. Play me like it's truth or dare. The way you're pulling me closer makes me wanna bear it all for you. Ooh, why don't you show me how much you care? Be the devil on my shoulder, 'cause I don't think we got a lot to lose. Ooh, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow.
It's 2026. It's a brand new year, and while some things may change, some things never do. RLCS SSA is back, baby. Open number 2. I'm Nari Mizuki. I'm a fresh face to the broadcast, but hopefully you'll grow to love me as you do the wonderful analysts by my side. And, now would be a perfect opportunity to introduce them to anyone who may not know them. So starting to my left, who the heck are you?
Does anybody not know who we are? Greybeard's thrilled to be back.
Yeah, I wish production put like a name underneath me. That would be so cool, guys. So for next time, I am the Bromeo, and as always, I'm pumped to be here. And man, everybody looks so pretty.
Oh, wow. Well, I couldn't ask for a better introduction, bro.
Yeah. You're handsome. You're handsome.
Man, I had the chance there for a second, but yes, Pyro J, some silly American that is addicted to SSA Rocket League. We're finally back after a month of being away from that first event. Let's get it started.
Let's
really
go.
looking forward to this open number 2 as teams battle it out for those coveted spots at the major. Of course, this is happening all around the world, but the region we care most about is SSA. Now, as you folks know, we don't get to have a ton of coverage for the first couple of days of the GSL bracket, but we've had some phenomenal people behind the scenes running watch parties, running team streams, and the wonderful Pyro has gone above and beyond once again this stage and has put together a few top plays for us. So, Pyro, why don't you walk us through some of the best plays of the last few days?
Oh, there were some good ones. You're so right that there's an incredible slew of people putting together these team streams, these watch parties, so that we get a look at some of the best plays. So let's get into it. Let's check out those clips. Let's see what happened at the GSL stage. It's time for your top 10 plays of SSA by Pyro J. We're going to kick off with a high pressure moment. Game on the line. And yeah, that's how that game ended. I just had to show that off because, of course, it's an easy kickoff goal. But hey, sticking to kickoff goals, a team that does it best. 5 fears, 1, 2, 3, bang! Didn't touch the ground. And they also didn't drop a game the entire day. So kudos to them. But White Rabbit Gaming? Another top team? Well, of course, we Casper with the cold fake against Meshin to the Banana Cat slam. The banana cat splits slam. I'm still working on that one. We'll figure it out. But White Rabbit Gaming, congrats on the upper bracket. Let's take it to top plays of number 7. Tweaks. I love this play. It's just a simple air dribble flip reset, but it shows that dynamic explosiveness that Deathcloud have at any given moment. On to number 6. Forget the solo plays. Give me the team plays. Bang! Perfect double tap pass straight to skill steal from Inspire. Inspire is leveling up this Astronic team, and it's fun to see. Now at number 5, we're showing a team that missed out on top 8, so let's give them some love. Give it up for Unity Esports, in which Sir Pegasus said they're out of boost. The only possible way that they could score is a team pinch. And that's exactly what they do. Number 5 play, but by far the number 1 caster curse that I have ever heard. Friction, Lackstar. What a play. What a goal. Now, on to number 4. Take it back to 5 fears with Tekos. Picking up this first class delivery from Tweaks. Pulling off a light pinch into the ceiling shot. Over top of the defense. This play is pinch perfect. I don't understand how you get that flawless ball control off of the ceiling. But sometimes the most unbelievable plays are the best, and they come from Tekos. All right, top 3 biggest plays of the GSL stage. I want to show you how nail-bitingly close this win from Synthesis was against LFO. Wordy gets a shot on target. 0 seconds. Pixels away from winning the game. Unbelievable that ball's not a goal, so we take it back over. Synthesis doing the dirty. It's the double tap from Declan, splitting the player posts. And it's in. Number 2. Is it a top plays of SSA without a sweaty cross-court goal? Come on now. This guy takes over the dynamic of the game at any time. Flip reset. Diabolical dunk onto Lixa. That's your top player with a top play, but hey, hold on. It's time for number 1. And guess what? It's Deathcloud again. That's T-Shao. Keep an eye on him, because guess what? The ball's off the backboard. T-Shao's back on it. He takes to the backboard. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's a triple tap from T-Shao. Deathcloud, you call him Triple T, but it's because it stands for triple tap T-Shao. Lovely play. They get the win over the Punishers. They're here for the top 8, and we're here for those lovely, lovely plays.
Matt, I can't actually get enough of this. The fact that we had so many team streams going that we get to see all of this action before the main stream actually begins. But I do want to make a bit of a comment there, because I don't think we put enough gravitas on how much of a caster curse there in fact was there by Sir Pegasus. That was like an all-time high. So Pegasus, not only did you curse it, but you cursed exactly the way. Team pinch from their own half. Incredible.
And it are those plays that make me tweet what I tweeted when I just wish I could be better at this game, because man, it's amazing what can be done.
And of course, we do need to give some props to Pyro, first of all, for combing through all of the VODs and finding those top 10 players. And of course, you can tell he's a caster. Solid 3-minute yap to get us through those plays. So thank you very much for that one. But now you're going to have to yap a little bit more. We'll give you a little bit of a break as we'll let the others start. But we're starting a new thing that we're doing here called Defend Your Team. And I think that this is a great time to do it, because we've had some upsets in some of the teams that have made it through into the playoffs this weekend. So here's how this works, folks. Each one of my lovely panelists have picked a team. They're going to tell you in 20 seconds why they believe that team is going to be the one that's going to take it all the way this weekend. We've set a phenomenal challenge ahead of them. Then at the end, we're going to throw up a Twitch poll, and you guys get to tell me who gave the best argument, who made you a believer in one of our quote-unquote underdog teams this weekend, and we'll check back in on that one a little bit later on at the end of the pre-show. But for now, we'll kick things off with Greybeard, who has chosen Astronic as his team. So, Greybeard, your time starts now.
Astronic are a team with a point to prove. They had a terrible open number 1, but they are making the point that they deserve to be in the top 8. And further, we got Devour, the youngest player out there, Skillsteal, the oldest player out there. They're doing so well this regional, and Devour wants to meet Revi in top 4.
I would love to see if Skillsteal is going to steal the skills from his opponents on the field. Thank you so much, Greybeard. Keep that in mind, folks. As we move on over, now it's going to be Bromio's turn, who's chosen Death Cloud Esports. All right, Bromio, your time starts now.
Damn right. DCE is easy money. Easy money. They finished top 8 in Open 1, missed out in the semis in Open 1 to LFO. Guess what? LFO isn't here. Do you know who is here? Death Cloud Esports. Do you know who is playing against a team named after a subgenre of Deep House, Jazz, and Kwaito today? That's right. It's Death Cloud Esports. Triple T, baby. DCE.
Sorry, what?
There you go.
Okay, fair enough. Chat, you can let us know if you can decipher whatever it was that ended off on. And while we consider that one, we have our final argument being brought to the table. And this one's going to be a difficult point to sell. So let's see if Pyro can do it. He's chosen WRG. Your time starts now.
Top 6 is no fluke for White Rabbit Gaming. They're one of the only teams that surprised me in the preseason. They won every single show match that they played in. Wee Casper's a veteran in this scene. He's cool under pressure, and he shows exactly why that's effective. Banana Cat and Six are there as well. This team is just getting started here for Open 2, and I can't wait to see what they're going to pull off.
I'm very impressed. You guys stuck more or less to your time limits. Well done. But was it enough to convince our Twitch chat? We're going to throw up a poll now, folks. Let us know who you think had the best argument. Which one of these teams may yet take the victory at the end of the weekend. And while you guys do that, we can move on over to our very next segment, which is, of course, going to be the region breakdown. Greybeard, we'll start with you. We've got some talent from all over being represented this weekend. I've got a little bit of a bias for Tweaks. I used to play on Omnius Gaming, but there's a lot of solid talent here.
And what I'm thrilled to see is the growing number of reunion players that are starting to knock on the door. We had the highest number of reunion players ever making it into the top 16. Unfortunately, only one of them making it through to the top 8, but it feels like reunion are an amassing and growing army.
What, nobody else has anything to say about that?
Listen,
everybody's just sitting there going, yep, Greybeard, he's got this.
He makes a good point. There's honestly little to add on, but like I like how Bromeo earlier was like, let's add gravitas where it's needed. Yeah, Reunion Island. More so, we were saying, hey, there's one or two players that aren't from South Africa. And now we're just about filling that list. So I'm all for the added representation there. And hey, maybe we'll see more as the season goes on.
Well, that's certainly the hope, right? SSA it encompasses a massive region with a ton of different countries spread out all across the continent. So hopefully we can get a little bit more representation as things go on. We can see we're slowly moving in that direction, kind of filling in those gaps here and there and getting in a few more of those players. We'd love to see that grow even more, which of course would translate to just more Rocket League. And honestly, who could have an issue with that? So looking forward to seeing.
I just do want to add there. I did see Strutic made it onto the Europe list, and yes, he has European heritage, but he is 100% firmly in the SSA column. So just making that known.
Mm-hmm. And just in case there's anybody else who was confused for whatever reason, the Europe column is Europe and not the not the EU. So if you see any Brits in there, it is still part of Europe, all right? Contrary to popular belief, it is still part of the continental Europe. All right, let's move on over to the GSL, because I mentioned we've had a couple of upset victories, a couple of teams that have made it through that maybe surprised and astounded some of our people. So, Pirate J, why don't we start with you, because you took White Rabbit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of, some of the upsets we've seen?
Oh, absolutely. I hope people look at that Astronic Punishers matchup, because Graybeard and I had a podcast conversation about that match, and we're like, yeah, Punishers, they popped off in Open 1. That should be a surefire win. Astronic don't just beat them, they sweep them. That is a statement-making performance from this team that wants to cast aside any doubts that this Inspire pickup won't just level them up further and further. So really happy to see them, as well as Deathcloud making top 8. They're the kind of team that has the ability to surprise the top level of this region.
We had some other surprises coming through here. Looking at the second level of the bracket now, having a team like Synthesis losing in the upper bracket. We spoke about that WRG and how much of a surprise that was, but it ended up being that Synthesis and LFO had to play against each other, Bromeo, and we all had both of them in our predictions for the playoffs.
Well, that is really important that you said this, because Synthesis and LFO last split, top 8 teams, you'd consider them to be the ones fighting it through the upper bracket, but here they were in the lower bracket, in the lower semi-finals. Synthesis ultimately getting 3 up on LFO for that result. So it shows that it doesn't matter how much you research something, it just takes one bad game and you are out. So Synthesis making it through. LFO looking for another split right now.
I got to say, sorry, the WRG were definitely provided the weekends like what the moment. There are 3 teams that made it through to top 8 undefeated: Pioneers, Five Fears, White Rabbit Gaming, and look, Group A was very, very stacked. Group B, there were opportunities, but Synthesis had a beautiful opportunity to go top 6, but then they get swept by WRG, but then they beat LFO 3-1. It's like, what is going on there?
Unfortunately, consistency is the name of the game, and that unfortunately doesn't always pan out. But we get into that a little bit later on, because of course we will have them on our screens. We want to save that topic for a bit later. For now, why don't we take a look at our schedule? We've got our top 8. We have the teams that are going to be battling their way through the weekend to try and nab that top spot. And as mentioned, Synthesis kicking things off game number 1 against Astronic. Graybeard, that was the team that you made the argument for. So what gives you the belief that they're going to be able to take the win over Synthesis?
There's 2 things. There's some belief in Astronic that they seem like they've got a point to make, and they are on a mission to make that point. But then also the consistency you just mentioned. Synthesis are struggling with that right now. They got through Swiss, through the upper bracket, 3-0 into GSL, and then have that up and down performance. So I think that, coupled with where Astronic are at right now, I think it favors them.
Now, we had done some like talent predictions prior to the weekend, and I know you guys spoke about it on the Just Saying podcast. And I'm going to throw this one to the room, so fastest mouths first, I guess. But looking at what the predictions looked like and where we've ended up this weekend, are we maybe feeling like we would change how we were thinking about, what this weekend is going to look like? Obviously, hindsight is 2020, but any updated thoughts on that?
I mean, I'll be the first one to jump onto that one. Nobody gave
Of course,
WRG
Probio's
a
got
shot.
the fastest mouth.
Yeah, of course. I'll run with it. I'll run with it. So nobody gave WRG a shot. Here they are. And that is definitely something we didn't see coming. We had LFO pegged at 3rd, and they didn't even make it into this top 8. So there are many things that require a little bit of adjustment. But one thing is for certain, the teams that we have seen here today, they're going to be providing consistency heading into Open 2. These are the teams that we're now looking to say, hey, you had a good Open 1. Can you repeat that success in Open 2? And I feel like that's the important lesson that we're going to be deriving out of here. LFO, they've reached some very high highs, but now they've experienced some very low lows. But what about the rest of them?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. I think the target's on the top teams right now. Listen, in Open 1, Pioneers had a flawless run up until the semifinals. Now Five Fears have that, but that's not the case anymore for Pioneers. Against Bro Crocos in Swiss, they went to Game 5. That was a losable series for them. And now who are they up against here today in the upper bracket? That exact team. So I think the confidence is waning a little bit as to whether or not these top teams are truly infallible unless they're playing each other, aka Pioneers and Five Fears. Yes, they're the favorites, but by how much?
I will also go ahead, Grabby, and then I'll take it from you after that.
I think there's that top 2 spot is still seems fairly impenetrable, but the ground is shifting below that down to top 8. And I just want to give a shout out because we've got 3 top 8 debutants today, and 2 of them are from White Rabbit Gaming, making top 8 for the first time. Banana Cat and 6, big up to you. And would you believe Devour from Astronic makes his first top 8, which is actually amazing, but congrats to him.
Now, I just want to quickly give an update on the Defend Your Team results. Pyro J, you were actually the one that came out on top. Everybody is a believer in the WRG storyline now. The biggest upset of the weekend, and it looks like everybody is on that train. Now, speaking of everybody and their opinions, because we know Twitch, you've got a lot of them, but now we also have the chat vote open for this first match. And if you need a little bit of context before you can go ahead and make your vote, you don't have a lot of time, but we'll try and break it down for you because match number 1 is, of course, Synthesis versus Astronic. We already got a little bit of some of that groundwork laid before us. So what are kind of our expectations coming into this one, Bromeo?
Oh, this is really one to watch as we're heading into this game. And Synthesis coming through looking so confident, knocked down to the lower bracket. Astronic, the guys who survived an absolute dogfight in that lower bracket run to make it here. Both of these teams expected to go in strongly. We haven't seen the best from them yet, but we do know, as Greybeard often says, this Daps guy, this Declan guy, they're so good. they're going to be SSA's best. And on the other side, Devour, Inspire, Skill Steal. Enough has been said about them that we know the potential of both of these teams. Look at those stats. It's pretty much a dead heat. Similar goals, similar shots. Astronic a little bit higher on the demos, and I want to see if that is going to be a difference maker in this coming match.
Now,
the win rate is a bit of a concern, though, at 38%.
I mean, we've spoken a little bit about that whole inconsistency thing, and sure, Astronic is showing some mortality coming into this particular matchup. But Pyro, we've said Synthesis have been looking a little bit shaky. So what do you think is the thing that Astronic should kind of take advantage of today, and how are they going to bring favor onto their side for this matchup?
I think they need to take away the venom that Meshin brings to these matches. And on the top plays, you saw how that was done at times, right? He is at a ping disadvantage, and Casper had this unbelievable fake against him. You got to kind of take advantage of those split-second moments where you can outsmart your opposition. In fact, Inspire is going to be playing on that same kind of higher ping. But we also saw in the top plays that Inspire's bringing a level of teamwork that is essential to make Astronic work. We kind of doubted this team when Ravioli departed, but now that they have the Inspire insertion, well, there's reason to be inspired for Astronic.
All right, well, looking forward to see that one. Now, I am going to ask each of you to maybe give me one player on the server, because you know what? We are inclusive here in SSA, and we want to make sure that newer viewers are at least somewhat up to speed and know what to look out for. So each of you, in turn, will go from left to right, pick one player on the server that we should be looking out for and why they're going to make an impact. Greybeard, go ahead.
Oh, well, I kind of have one each. Oh, that's kind of tough. But Declan is a player that's not broken through to where he should be, in my opinion. But on his day, is unbelievable. And then Devour, I've been hyping up Devour and Ravi for ages. And if he comes out and brings his game, he's a man.
Romeo.
My turn. I don't mind, because I'm going to tell you why I think, first of all, Astronic has an incredible lineup of players here, but I'm not going to tell you about Devour. We all hear about him. He's an up-and-coming prodigy. I'm not going to tell you about Inspire. Inspire, one of the great import players to come through and ply his trade in SSA, but I'm going to talk to you about Skill Steal. He is a veteran of the scene, and he is the glue that binds so many squads together. And I think we can vaunt so much about this team, but he is so softly spoken in the way he goes about playing his game that his achievements don't often get as loud as they should be spoken about. So I think Skill Steal is pivotal in this matchup today. And if we see Skill Steal bringing his best, as he usually does, Astronic are going to be in for it.
I'm not going to tell you about, proceeds to tell us about. Carry on.
Yeah. Listen, I'm so glad nobody mentioned him. Daps. Come on. Are people paying attention to the fact that he's been dealing with some PC issues up until this event where he has those upgraded parts? There is nothing left hindering this player. He is unchained. And we've already seen that in some dominant performances here. A confident Daps is going to shift this team from I don't know, I have my doubts to just this confident team in playoffs. They've finally been there before. They know what's at stake. They're ready to perform, and Daps is going to be that player.
All right, well, you've mentioned two different Synthesis players across the three of you. So why don't we take a look at our talent predictions and see what everyone else seems to believe the leaning is going to be for today. And you know what? Clickbait title, the results may surprise you. I think it's been a little bit kind of all over the place. And I know some of the talents have certainly attempted to be spicy on this one. So quick, rapid fire, each of you, just give me what your predictions were. Greybeard, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Astronic. I do think they have momentum coming in, and Synthesis have their little bit of inconsistency coming in, despite the fact that Daps is an upgraded part now for the Synthesis team. So, but I do think Astronic take this. It's going to be close-ish at 4-2.
I think there's a strong case to be made for Synthesis. They are an incredibly strong team and should be as favorites in this, but I'm going to go Astronic as well. I've seen enough from this Astronic team. They fought their way through the lower bracket, and I think they're going to overcome Synthesis here today, 4-3.
I've been riding with Skill Steal since Reform in Nixa, but apparently I've been painted the victim as the fact that I bet against them one time at the GSL stage. So if I'm going to be the villain of this team, then so be it. Give me Synthesis. They're ready to play in the playoffs. They're going to do it today.
All right. And as for me, I believe in that kind of redemption arc when teams have been knocked down. They have to fight their way back up. And I think that Synthesis can do that. But I'm going to call it a close one. I think it's going to be a 4-3. I think we're going to be going the distance here today. Purple versus pink. Which color is going to come out on top? I know which is my favorite. And I also know that the Twitch vote very near to the end now. We're kind of whittling down to the last few moments, but it does feel like quite a strong lean in favor of Astronic. Greybeard, you have convinced people with your passion for this team and maybe a little bit with your doubts about Synthesis. I'm looking forward to seeing, how that actually does end up panning out as we now get ourselves into this game. Folks, any last minute thoughts from you. You get actually, no, you don't get any time at all. We're going to build the hype. RLCS SSA Open 2 kicking us off. Casters, take us away.
A new year, yet familiar faces as we head to our first top 8 matchup of 2026. Astronic's Christmas upgrade paid dividends already, as Devour and Skillsy have massively integrated Inspire into their roster. Synthesis, on the other hand, may be the most inconsistent team in SSA, but have been here before and they've delivered a spectacular nail-biting 7-game thriller in Open 1. We may not know much, but this we can assure you, a grueling battle awaits for top 6, so Rhino, let's have at it!
Oh, Mark, it feels so good to be back on SSA Mainstream. Top 8, here we go. Synthesis, Astronic, a team that perennially tried to get to this spot and have struggled to do so up to this point. Synthesis, they've been here, got the t-shirt. Can they get through this challenge? A very different shaped challenge from Astronic in Open 2.
Of course, in Open 1, it was against the surprise team of the Punishers that Synthesis had to break through. But now, it's very different because, you know, Skills's been here, but Devour really the one debutant on Astronic for top 8. I'm especially interested in seeing how he adapts to this pressure. It is different playing in GSL. It is different playing in Swiss than compared to the mainstream. But Devour already hunting for a bump, but not finding contact on Meshin.
Yeah, good clearance by Meshin, but there's another opportunity. Double commit on the goal line from Synthesis. Can Astronic take advantage of this positioning? No, there's no one on this right-hand side. Limited boost at that moment. Inspire taking it down the left, into the corner, getting the demo, passing back just behind Skill Steal. And the passing plays from Astronic have started to come through a little bit more with this iteration of the roster. But unfortunately, that one just goes by the wayside. Synthesis lucky that Astronic couldn't quite put that one together.
Slow start for the team in blue, and once again, Astronic come calling Inspire. Not gonna challenge Dapsu, as Pyro mentioned on the desk earlier, has been unleashed. No longer tech issues, perhaps, for the man, and finally, we can see what Daps is fully capable of. Together with Declan and Mesh, we talked about their overall, let's call it, inconsistency, to be kind to them. You never really know what to get out of Synthesis, do we, Rhino?
No, and that's unlike you, Mark Fish, to be kind to people. But I appreciate you doing it on this occasion.
Man, new year.
Yeah, new year, new me, all that good stuff as Astronic will come forward. But you're absolutely right. Synthesis needs to be able to find that level of consistency, and that is what separates a lot of the top 8 teams from the top 4 teams in the likes of the SSA region, where you can find that consistency game after game. Synthesis need to find that, and they need to prove it to us here in Open 2, really, if they have got anything to say about this season. Declan misses out. Dabs gets across, but there's still an opportunity. Drop down, first goal! And who else? Skill Steal.
Old man still got it. Great angle coming out from Skillsy, and well, Daps and Meshin rather, just unsure of who wants to take that ball, who wants to take the save. In the end, neither goes for it. So Skillsy takes the first one here for Astronic, but for how long? Declan, good kickoff here from Synthesis. Meshin with the pre-flip, but nearly misses. Half opportunity for the equalizer goes awry.
Yeah, we know Meshin is playing on slightly higher ping than most other people in this lobby. Oh no! Declan finds a way through, but that's an absolute gift. I think it was Skill Steal on the goal line. It was. Is it an unfortunate backflip? It's an unfortunate side flip. And Astronic, well, they hand back the opportunity to get into the game. Synthesis 1-1. Well,
that's certainly one of the goals of all time, but I want to give credit to Declan for a beautiful first touch, then the Zen touch to really tee up this air dribble into flip reset. Brilliantly done, the mechanical evolution coming to SSA as well, as Declan fakes out one on the sidewall. Has got a delayed flick, and he's been a force of nature in the air. He's the one that Astronic have to be really careful about, not giving him too much space, not giving him too much time to unleash the mechanics that he undoubtedly does possess.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I feel like you could say that about all 3 members of Synthesis. You don't want to give them time. They've all got mechanics. They've all got the ability to surprise you at any given moment. And here comes Declan. Okay. All right. I was getting a little bit scared. I saw it. The people that know, and we'll leave it at that as Declan tries to get away. That one's off the ceiling. Meshin had to get up and make that save. Synthesis backs against the wall. Astronic pressure is really strong right now. Skill steal off the left-hand side. Can he find another one? Not yet. Devour tries to follow through off the backboard. There is a player back. It's going to be Inspired, taking the time. Meshin gets across the goal line to make the save again.
One good save there from Meshin. His pressure's overwhelmingly on the side of Astronic here in this first game. Currently sitting at 7 shots to just 2 by Synthesis. Synthesis definitely wanting to absorb a lot of pressure and then find the quick jabs against Astronic, and they might find one here again. Skills, your last man back. Inspire has to dangle with the ball on the goal line. Gets faked by his own teammate. But in the end, Astronic somehow clear their line, but it's not over yet. Declan, they got some pressure. Inspire still low on boost. Can he get the 100? No, he cannot. Snatched right away from him. Daps is there, but Inspire's first.
ACGL, please release caster cam footage, man, because that whole sequence, I dread to think what me and Mark were doing in that moment. It should so be Synthesis 2-1 up right now. How on earth have they not scored after that sequence? Daps going to look to try and right the wrongs, but he can't pancake the ball off the backboard. Declan now bringing this one through from the left-hand side, cleared away by Inspire. Daps unchallenged, but there is someone up to meet that ball. And now Meshin going to try and be next up. He gets stuffed by Devour. This is Declan now. Team bump in the corner. Synthesis try to get it done. They can't do so. 0 seconds on the board. They will try one more time. Pass in field. Shot down overtime.
It took about 4.5 minutes, but Synthesis has woken up in offense here in game number 1, and not a moment too late. But now overtime, of course, its own rules. Golden goal situation in this best of 7. Meshin, great 50-50 against Inspire. Completely kills any sort of momentum forward, but allows his teammates to move forward in time. Inspire, that's a bad jump from Declan, from Daps, sorry. This will not be punished at that time.
Really should have been. Astronic given an opportunity, given a mistake by Synthesis, and they've not taken it. This game was 2-2 on the desk, and I completely understand why. They're showing you right here in the server. The game is so tight between these two sides. And it's credit to Astronic, really, because Open 1, they were not showing a look like this. Synthesis now struggling to match them. What a save, Inspire. And my goodness, they faked out production. They have faked out production. That is insane. Never seen that before in my life.
If anyone ever doubted how close that ball was to going in, well, our overlay thought it was in. That's how close it was. What a save from Inspire on the goal line. But now, what do Astronic do with their second lead on life? Skill steal, nothing for the first instance. Meshin is able to cut down the distance and get one good 50-50 as this ball trickles to Dash. Shot opportunity directly blocked by Devour, who has got a breakaway opportunity if it wasn't for the Hungarian on the side of Synthesis to block that one out. 90 seconds plus going in this overtime, and we have nothing to separate our 6 team members on the pitch.
This might genuinely be the first 5-hour game of Rocket League in history. Both of these teams are both trying to score and not score in equal measure. There's the ball over in the corner. Should be sent clear, but no, the demo comes through. This is Astronic now trying to exert pressure on the Synthesis goal line, make it difficult to escape their half. Doing a good job of that. Declan, all kinds of turned around, which gives Skill Steal the opportunity. Cleared away by Meshin. Has he broken the line? He finally has, and the Hungarian has a chance. Double touch. No, he goes wide. How many chances do either of these teams need?
Meshin, what are you doing, brother? How has Synthesis not locked this up twice now? They've been the worst enemy in offense. And with that overtime, is still going forward. What a fake from Meshin. The shot from Daps, though, is lacking. Devour and Aspire both would have had the save. Unbelievably, there still is life in this game. Skill steal. Long clear forward, turning into boomer ball a little bit. Neither team really wanting to take possession in this phase of the game. With Meshin now to the sidewall, trying to slow things down. Power on his case, but now Daps finding some space here for Synthesis. What can they do with it? Well, they can get demoed. That's surely one thing they can do with it.
Yeah, Astronic really playing aggressive, trying to play that bully ball style, getting the demos, getting the bumps. It's working out for them. They just can't convert. Now the pass over to Declan does really well with that touch, actually. He's going to be able to take the ball forwards. They're combining Meshin, double, Waterfall needs some help. Daps! That's a really aggressive third man push, but he still wins the ball into the middle now. Inspire over the top, brings it low. Easily won by Daps. Devour plays it middle. That's a loose touch, but once again, Astronic working together, working for each other to prevent Synthesis getting an easy shot. What a first game of the day!
And we're still at it. We're still moving. Devour, one shot. Daps should have the same as he doesn't! And the top 8 debutant kills game 1.
I say no because you're absolutely right. That should have been a save. I want to clarify that right now. It's a brilliant thing for Astronic. That shot placement could not be any better. Top left corner. Goodness me, Astronic. It requires a moment of magic from the youngster, and they're able to see it over the line. But Markfish, we have been absolutely treated already, and we've only played one game of the day.
Yeah, I don't know why Astronic won this in the end. I don't know.
Neither.
What have we done? What good karma have we deserved, Rhino, in these first 17 days of 2026? But my God, we are being treated. And the only hope that I have is that this continues as it is right here,
Oh my goodness.
right now. Because just inject it into my veins with less open net misses.
They really didn't need to show that mesh and miss. They really didn't.
They did.
They did, but they didn't, right? It's one of them ones,
Yeah.
right? Like that, it's a real shit. Our job, right, on this desk is to analyze what we've just watched in front of us, Markfish. And I am finding it very difficult to describe what I have just seen in that 9 minutes of Rocket League, because it was back and forth. There were chances missed everywhere. Astronic just want to take out everyone on the pitch. It's almost as if they're playing a different game. Game 2, can we just all calm down just a little bit? I still want the excitement, just a touch. Just think about the shots. Try and score open nets. That's what I want.
You know, and that's literally the only analysis we can give of that game, because it was so back and forth. It was always like there was such a stark contrast between regular time and overtime as we load into game number 2 here, where in regulation it seems like Astronic was clearly the more dominant team, and Astronic is trying to fulfill their destiny in regular time, this time with Inspire getting the opening goal.
Yeah, there's another demo early in this game, but it's actually not from Astronic. Inspire doesn't care, though. He's a one-man wrecking crew. He goes through. Astronic take the lead, and they look to put a lot more pressure on Synthesis. Winning this game number 2, Forbidden Temple is such an interesting map here in a best of 7, because if you've won that first game and you win Forbidden Temple, all of a sudden it feels like you have complete control of the series. It feels like you really have your feet under you, and you are expected almost to win the best of 7. Now, of course, it doesn't always go that way, and Synthesis wants to prove that they're still in this game. This is a beautiful team play from them.
Hello, we've been here before. Astronic get the lead, but Synthesis say, nope, thank you very much. We'll answer right away with an equalizer here. Only that's just been 30 seconds played in game number 2. And yeah, with that, we are very much certain of one thing, that we cannot be certain of anything in this series. That is, I think, Rhino, going to be like the gist of it here going forward. Devour, that's a mistake, and Mesher is there to punish. 2-1 Synthesis.
And here we go. This is exactly what we're looking for. Take advantage of the mistakes your opponents give you. I don't think either team did that too well in game number 1, but already Synthesis have made the most of that one. And you're right, that is a freebie. Devour on the backboard needs to be reading that a little bit better than he did. A little bit of a passing play set up here. 3-man passing play from Synthesis. Hello, backboard double. Oh my goodness gracious. We might have had a play of the day already, but it didn't quite get as low as it needed to. But Synthesis bringing out the set pieces. I love it.
Unfortunately, though, we don't do ifs, but, and maybes. We deal in absolutes. I'm speaking facts here. Just not with a Scouse accent, luckily. As we move forward here in game number 2 with Declan and Synthesis trying to expand their lead, but right now not really anything happening. Bully ball, as you called it earlier, not working in game number 2 for Astronic. They can't find contact to their opposition players.
No, and I think that's actually something that Synthesis have worked on between games 1 and 2. I think they've had that discussion in between games. Guys, they're just taking us out of the play. They're bumping us away. They're demoing us. And so they've affected their playstyle respectively to play against that style that Astronic are putting forward. Now the question will be asked of Astronic. Certainly if Synthesis go on to win this game, which, as you say, expect the unexpected. You can't predict anything in this game. But that's a lovely put. That might go off the backboard. No, good save away from Devour. But the point of the matter is, Astronic will be asked questions now going into Game 3. Can they adapt? Can they change the way that they are going for these demos or bumps? Or can they change their strategy entirely to match against what Synthesis are now doing? And that is where the chess game comes into play here in Rocket League.
It might develop into a coach's game. Ooh, brilliant placement on the shot there from Debs, but an equally good save coming out of the Astronic defense. But this is where I'm looking at the coaches. This is where I'm looking at Goyo on the side of Synthesis and Green Warrior, on the side of Astronic. This is where they're going to earn their money moving forward. Let's see how this rest of Game 2 develops. Meshin takes into the skies first. A skill steal, looks for a teammate, but doesn't quite get the ball to Inspires in the manner that the Dutchman would have expected from his teammate. Meshin now again tasked with getting some distance between himself and the blue goal. Again, fails to do that. Skill steal, looking for an opponent, finding one opponent, only one to beat, and Inspire does just that. Equalize once again in Game 2.
And Astronic say, well, if we're not able to get these bumps and demos, we're just going to chase even harder for them. Unsettle the defense, and they did that once again. Made it difficult for Synthesis to get out and get boost. And eventually it works for Astronic. They might not be getting those physical plays that we were seeing in Game 1, but what they are doing is they are still going for them, which forces Synthesis to move from their current position. It forces them to change the way that they want to approach the defense, change the way they want to approach the offense, and that is causing them big problems. Inspire cutting around the side, but Declan makes sure that he can't get any further. Big demo from Synthesis, and a demo onto Skill Steal as well. Backboard found, good save, Devour.
Great positioning there from Devour in the box, but it's still going to be very dangerous here with Declan faking out everyone. Layoff to Daps is not quite ready. The shot is there. Devour saves. Unfortunately, the clear from Inspire. And again, Meshin is there to be the janitor for Synthesis.
Yeah, and Meshin will do that for this team. He will just find himself in the right place at the right time. Finish the job that needs finishing. And now, 3-2. Synthesis once again find themselves ahead. Astronic took that 1-0 lead, but since then, Synthesis are the only side that have found themselves ahead. Ball into the middle, off that backboard. Difficult to read. Daps has enough boost. Devour goes for the demo on the goal line once again. And it's such a key part of the way Astronic are playing this season, not just this open. And they will continue to do so. Devour over the top, needs a double, doesn't get it. Double commit from Synthesis, but it's enough to find the pass to Daps. He looks inside, looking for Meshin, no. And Declan will be asked to clean up. He does so well with that first touch. Tries to get around the back marker, not quite able to do so, but a good commit from Daps, the fallen soldier, but he's done enough for his team, and another demo comes through from Astronic.
Yeah, but with that demo, Meshin just body blocks Inspire on the counter-attack. Yeah, Synthesis are trying to play the clock now with only 15 seconds remaining. Meshin, that's a bounce that's going to kill at least 5 more. And there's one push remaining here for Astronic, but they can't find each other. Daps takes it to the skies, has got 2 opponents committing, and has got Meshin in behind, is just going to run it down. That's filthy from the Hungarian, but it's oh so effective. Synthesis win Game 2.
Oh, almost get that extra one, but they don't need it. Synthesis level the series up, and everybody who's put in a prediction today has gone for this game going a minimum of 6 games. Though a few people have gone for a 7-game series as well. So far we're on for that, Macht. This has been a brilliant series so far, and finally I'm starting to see in this game too that the teams are able to capitalize on mistakes. They're starting to calm themselves down after the absolute chaos that was Game 1. And we are seeing some quality Rocket League.
Quality Rocket League, yes. Not in a sort of... But I feel like not in a sort of visually pleasing way, but for the real Rocket League diehards who like tactics, who like the midfield play, the like sort of tug of war for possession, the tug of war for pressure. And right now, I feel like both teams are sort of neutralizing themselves in that midfield. They struggle to sort of get through in any meaningful way for long periods of time. What Astronic did so brilliantly in game 1, that long-term pressure, that has evaporated into nowhere.
Yeah, and is that due to Astronic not being able to maintain that pressure, or is that due to Synthesis being a way to break down the barrier? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. And if Astronic are going to be able to get back to that elongated period of pressure in game 3, they're going to need to think of a new approach to get there. There might be an early one off the kickoff. Good save from Devour. He gets across and covers his team. But Synthesis with aggression early. Daps turning the corner, looking for a teammate. And third man is a little bit too far back to capitalize on that one.
Yeah, Mesha just making sure not to overcommit, with his 2 teammates being right in the face of goal. And Synthesis live to fight another day with their positioning, if their positioning keeps to be as disciplined as it is. Dabs has a loose touch, Inspire's gonna latch onto it. Flip reset. Not getting any value off it. Meshin though, that's straight to Devour. It's gonna be dangerous, Declan though. Make sure no harm comes of it.
Not for the moment. Inspire moving forwards down that left-hand side. Pinch into the middle though. He doesn't get it all of it. Miss on the backboard from Daps, but Meshin cleans up. And you'll hear me say that a couple more times in this series, I'm sure. Devour through the air. Good first touch. Takes it through the second. Is bumped off the play, so he can't go through to get the double. But he's put his team in a really good position high up the field. Devour's taken out Meshin on the far side. So Astronic will keep this possession. And I'll tell you something, Mark, this is pretty much exactly what you asked for. Astronic with a long period of pressure, but it's turned around on them quickly. Declan trying to bring this one back middle. Astronic deal with the immediate danger.
Meshin looking to create something out of nothing. And he's not able to do that. Just here, skill steal, can't quite get it past Daps. Pre-jumps coming out again very aggressively in the midfield from Synthesis. But now Inspire has got some touch, has got some time, but he also has got Meshin right in his face. Second shot by Devour, easily cleared away by Declan. Again though, Astronic laid the foundation, laid the groundwork for more periods of pressure. Inspire, one simple shot. It's not going to be enough to break the Synthesis back line.
Yeah, but I don't mind it. I do not mind just taking that straight shot right there because your teammates are around. And if that ball went anywhere towards the middle of the pitch, then they probably would have converted and it would be 1-0 Astronic at this point. So sometimes you just got to take those opportunities. Sometimes it is literally shoot ball at goal, score goal. There's now Declan over the left-hand side, gets the reset, trying to find some work, but he's obviously got no boost in the tank, which means Skill Steal is easily going to bring this one down. Inspire moving forward. Off the backboard goes Daps. He's got Declan over on the right-hand side. He's going to try and use him, but the pass isn't strong enough. And now it's Meshin just taking that snipe downfield. Double commit from Astronic. Synthesis a real opportunity in the attacking third. Declan takes out Inspire, but there's no second man anywhere near. And they'll have to build from their own half again.
I love that cheekiness from Meshin because everyone and their grandmother was expecting the pass down to Declan and Daps on the right-hand side. Inspire and Skillsy certainly were. So he's trying to mind game them out of their own goal. But right here, Synthesis still looking dangerous whenever they move forward. Meshin, great catch, great flick over one, but it's a little bit too far to the side. Declan, that's not going to be a difficult shot to save for Skillsy, but still asking the right questions. Shots on target. That's what Synthesis wants to do. Drain the resources. Now, from Astronic, it's Meshin to the backboard. Inspire's got zero boost to play with. Declan knows that, waits for the ball to come to him. Does he have a pass to the center? Yes, he does. But where's Meshin? He comes, but he comes a little bit too late.
Yeah, just a touch too late. Now Daps off that right-hand side. Declan makes the right decision, I think, to go backwards. He decides to change his mind, just as I say that. Now a double commit once again. Synthesis down that right-hand side. Ball into the middle. Meshin wins the 50. Now has time and a little bit of space, but Skill Steal cuts that off quickly. Ball into the middle. Declan rises just enough to get a touch on the ball. Meshin decides to boom that forwards. The redirect is nice. Out of the corner. Is there a follow-up? There certainly is, but what a save on the goal line from Devour. Astronic will not be broken down yet.
Creativity coming through here from Synthesis moving forward, but Devour stares In the face of that shot, as Inspire has one of his own. Double commit on the goal line, still not saved. Skill steal to the backbone. No, he goes for the direct shot. Meshin instead, triple commit on the goal line. But crucially, Meshin gets a lot of distance on the clear, allows for the regrouping of Synthesis, but for how long? Inspire already there. What a pop from him, but Daps darts to the other side of the net to get it away.
No way anyone on Synthesis was thinking that Inspire was going to be able to get that power on the pop into the top right corner. Skill steal, knows he has time, misses the boost. How important could that be? It's stolen from him now, but the big clearance is in, and Synthesis didn't really send their resources forwards in that moment. Daps has Declan on the inside. We might be going to our second OT of the series. Meshin wants something to say about it. Double commit off the right-hand side, and you just think an extra couple of seconds. Synthesis shut down game number 3. But in the end, they might have to do it in overtime. Hang on a moment. Daps off the backboard. Nothing doing. Welcome to OT, Macht.
Oh, that shot from Meshin still has me rattling. Still has me railing. One more bounce is all that needed to be going in. But alas, overtime it is. Will it be a long one again? Over 4 minutes in game 1. Of course, we spend in OT. With Astronic ultimately the winner of that one. There's the first bit of pressure. Does belong to Synthesis, but for how long? Skill steal in the air. Meshin off the backboard. Just take it to safety. Just take it into the corner. Bring the heart rate down. Bring the pulse down. Declan double touch with the ground, but Inspire's more than ready to deal with it.
Yeah, still a little bit fancy. Love that. Backboard. Opportunity. Nothing red. Left-hand side. And oh my goodness, he's come off the post. Is there a follow-through? No. Synthesis reticent to commit all of their resources for that shot. They know that the counter-attack could be devastating. Declan turning the corner. Backboard. Demo, surely! Daps finally finds the goal. Synthesis had so many opportunities in both regulation and OT. And eventually they make one work, Macht. Astronic are going to be a little bit upset about losing that game, of course. But I think they will appreciate that it was so much pressure from Synthesis in the end.
Once again, though, that first touch from Declan in the air, the consistency with which he gets these end touches to enable the air dribbles, to enable that entire play is crazy, and it might be the first time I've noticeably seen it from Declan in the entirety that we've been doing SSA now. So clearly mechanical progression again being the groundwork for this OT winner. And we see it in the highlight packages. Again, the post shot, the save from Inspire, but then, of course, that air dribble demo and Daps there to finish it off. Synthesis seem to be hitting their strides right now.
They do. Although I do want to bring up a little analysis point, if you'll indulge me, Mark. And it's about demos, but specifically about the difference between getting a demo for getting demo's sake and an effective demo. And this is going to be a little bit strange, but if you are moving forwards, right? If you're down the middle of the field and you lose the ball and you're going through to find that demo on the goal line, that makes a lot of sense because that's the last man, that's the last defender. Absolutely go ahead and do that. If you lose the ball in that right-hand corner and then you drive across to the other corner to find a demo on a player that is not involved in the play, that is an ineffective demo and a waste of resources, in my opinion. And so I think both of these teams need to be very aware of where the important demos are and where the unimportant demos are. And immediately we have a demo of this one. It was an important one, but in the end, Declan is still involved in the play and finds the finish. Synthesis one up with 8 seconds to go. Well, 8 seconds gone, sorry.
Yeah, good kickoff play from Synthesis, and in the end, that demo, it didn't even matter. Coming through there from Inspire, even though it was, as you say, an effective demo, and I love that you bring up that talking about because it's a concept that oftentimes is misunderstood also by the players. It's like, oh yes, I get so many demos, surely my team can do something with it. Well, if you get a demo on someone who's not involved in the play at any point, or if you're not like clearing a path for your teammate, then yeah, you got a demo, but cool. It's like literally ineffective. Rather, you should have been more in position, or because demos also put yourself out of position most of the time, right? So you need to be wary about displacing yourself from proper boost rotation and just general rotational practices and positioning. That's the delicate balance that you have to strike moving forward. It's a balance that oftentimes Astronic really is very good at.
Yeah.
But in here, they haven't been able to find these effective demos yet.
For sure. Daps off the left-hand side, looking now for the pass. Actually, he's going to go alone. Tries to find the top right corner, and that surprised everybody on the field and off it. Declan off the backboard, looking for another pass to the back post, but again, communication just not really there for Synthesis. They're not able to find that connection on the passes. And now on this near side, will be an opportunity for Devour. Wins the 50, has a player follow through. That skill steal, but he makes a hash of it. So Declan will be able to break through up to halfway. Tries to get beyond, but skill steal. A brick wall. Daps inside, trying to get beyond. No, Inspire clears it away. Astronic with an attack into the corner. Chance for Devour. Bottom corner. It still finds its way to skill steal, and Synthesis survive.
Good fake there. Good idea from Mission and Declan, but Inspire has got space, and Declan doesn't get on the backboard quickly enough. Inspire equalizes. And talking about effective demos, skill steal, forging the path in the midfield for Inspire, deleting the person that would have challenged him in the air. That's how you create space.
Certainly is. Space created indeed. As now skill steal might have an opportunity here. Stays low. Chance into the top corner. Goodness me. Skill steal is not going to get there first. Synthesis hanging on by a thread right now. They took the lead. They looks like they deserved it as well. But Astronic, since then, have really pushed strong against the wave of Synthesis. As down this left side, Meshin does well to get some space downfield. Declan off the backboard. Is there a read? There is. Inspire sending it away. Back in from Daps, but skill steal will get there first. Waiting in the wings is Meshin, the Hungarian. On the left side, wanted the pinch, didn't find it. Declan can't get there first either, but he's got a demo onto skill steal. There's just no one there as a second man to follow through. No one expecting that demo to come through, and Synthesis lose field position because of it.
Still railing from that initial loss there are Synthesis. Long clear from Daps. It's going to buy a bit of time at least. Skill has got a good touch and a great recovery to boot. Unfortunately, the ball a little bit too long. Meshin can get it away. Meshin once again trying to be the catalyst here for the Synthesis offense. No avail just about now. 100 seconds remain, and once more, Rhino, it looks like we might be heading into an overtime. Neither team really getting or creating high opportunities or good chances for themselves. Meshin, that's a lucky boost spawn for him. Can he do something with it? Goes for the backboard double tap. Declan is there for the shot. Inspire keeps it out to just.
That's insane. Really could have been Synthesis there taking the victory in game 4 and being one game away from progressing in the bracket. Not to be, but all of that came off the back of an Astronic double commit. There was a team bump somewhere in the midfield that was really causing them problems. Two players wanted to be in the same space, take the ball. Got to communicate a little bit better. Call a name. And now in this corner, I think we've got another double commit, this time from the Synthesis players, but they're able to figure it out. Declan getting in front of Devour, bump onto Daps, which makes him awkward. Still trying to send it away. Inspire, trying to pick his pocket, trying to be a nuisance in front of goal. Does a very good job of that. Devour, a bit of a heavy touch, so that will give possession back to Synthesis. 40 seconds marked. And can either of these teams find a winner in regulation?
It's a good pressure period here from Astronic, but they also struggle to create anything meaningful off of it. Into the corner once more. Daps able to clear it out and gets the bump on Inspire. Crucial for Meshin. Again, boomer ball being applied by Synthesis. Skill steal gets it past one. Oh, Declan's touch is going to make it hyper awkward. Inspire's there. But so is Declan on the recovery, and Daps still not over though. For the Synthesis defense, Devour lobs it up high. Inspire already there. Meshin on the backboard. Declan coming from below. It's good communication there. We have overtime yet again.
Now, games of Rocket League normally are decided by moments, but it feels like no single series of Rocket League has been more decided by individual moments than this one right here. And there is a chance. No one's back. Oh my goodness. Daps flies through like Superman. Where's he come from? Inspire, reset, looking to be the kryptonite of Synthesis. And it's level in the series 2-2.
Watch it. Enjoy it. Love it. From Inspire. What a fake. The patience to not go for the double tap, the patience to fake out two defenders who are well positioned themselves. That is elite and Inspire putting in really an inspiring performance in game 4, putting Astronic on his back and be like, no, this series is not over.
It certainly is not. Goodness me, Astronic fighting against Synthesis. And this game started in the way that the last two have really gone, which is Synthesis having more of the possession, having more of the field domination. But they just could not find... Oh my goodness, even seeing it now, I cringe a little bit. You just wonder if they'd taken one of those opportunities. Are we talking about a completely different series? This is absolutely outstanding from Inspire. Absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, I can't talk highly enough of it. The mechanics on display in this game in individual moments, special. And SSA, we talked about it being one of the most competitive regions this season, certainly one of the most competitive SSA seasons. You're seeing why in front of you.
Yeah, it is an unbelievable slugfest also here between Synthesis and Astronic. Let's not put that to the side. It's the constant shifting of momentum, the constant little phases of superiority that switch on a dime is incredible to see between these 6 players on the pitch. And honestly, we're now moving to the newest map, moving to France, Parc de Paris. For the first time on this broadcast, it will be shown. For the first time, we will see a winner here. Moving to match point.
Astronic starting very strongly on Parc de Paris, as now over to that far side. Astronic's tried to build again. Ball into the middle. Daps will take it. Looking for an opportunity. Ball into the middle. No. Cleared away by Inspire. Declan trying to take it through. Inspire comes through the challenge. Rides it well. Gets the reset. Nothing more. Skill steal. Backboard. Meshin defending beautifully. Can he find the pass? Declan might have just broken the line. Not quite. And the challenge. Oh my goodness. The Goomba stomp is huge.
Massive stomp indeed. It's Declan. Oh, misses, and the recovery is going to be chalked. Together with Declan and Meshin, the defense breaks down, and Devour's like, ooh, shiny, a goal.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, turning into Gollum for a moment there as the Precious was coming through and being found. Astronic have been 1-0 up in games before. This is not something we've not seen, so Synthesis will not feel like they've lost this game just yet, but an early goal for Astronic will settle those nerves. And they're starting to get back into the series. Devour looking for the pass at the back post. It's cleared away for now. And that's great work by Meshin to get beyond Inspire. Inspire just kind of sat there a little bit. And now there's an opportunity at that back post. No one really wants to hit the ball. It looks like a hot potato at the moment. Meshin comes through, says, fine, I'll do it myself. Opportunity at the near post, but no, Astronic clear.
Let's see if, as you called them earlier, Superman in the form of Synthesis can battle through, can take the kryptonite away from Inspire. Right now it's still a lead. Daps just lobs one in there, devours backwards. It's a bit awkward, but a good recovery nonetheless. Coming in from the 15-year-old youngster. As Daps moves to the skies, gets one reset, gets a second one, but skill steal, the old man, the veteran, the glue really for this Astronic team, keeps everything nice and tight and together.
Yeah, for sure. 3 minutes still to play. Long time left in this one. Another demo comes through, but once again, that's I'm going to call that an ineffective one.
Whoa!
Because the Synthesis are down the other end trying to get a goal. And unfortunately, they aren't able to find one at this juncture. But now Daps trying his best to bring that down. No, Declan also challenging, but also not getting anything on the ball. Meshin is the Synthesis player to actually get control, and control he gets. Goodness me, great catch. But now it's going to be Devour off the backboard, flicking forwards, just about getting around the Synthesis attack. And that should lead to an Astronic offense. Backboard found, sent clear by Meshin. Nice pass downfield, and Daps wins the 50.
I would have rather seen Daps move for the boost there. Leave the ball to the opponent and live to fight another day. Now it's a little bit awkward for him, but does do well. get it away into the opposing half. Gets a bump on Inspire to boot. Either of his teammates though ready for that. Demo coming through in the corner, deleting one player, but crucially Inspire kept alive. As Astronic is still in the lead here in game number 5. Enjoying a lovely piece of croissant here in Paris.
Absolutely. Dab's going to put that one on the backboard. It's a mystery from Skillsteal. Can Meshin find the finish? What a save! Skillsteal atones for his mistakes. Double commit on the goal line. It's messy defending for Astronic, but the key word is enough. They have done enough to keep the ball out of the net as Meshin moves that one to the left-hand side. Goodness me, Astronic are going to be wondering how they've not conceded, and Synthesis are going to be wondering how they've not scored. Dabs backboard looking for more. Surely the Hungarian strikes, and we are level again.
Dabs first touch a little bit heavy, but crucially he gets that bump on the Devour. And Skillsy, we've seen it in these awkward defending scenarios many times now in this series, and unfortunately rather consistently. If you're an Astronic fan, he does seem to mistime his jump. He doesn't quite get the read, he doesn't quite get the save when he's in these awkward situations. And once again, it's Meshin to be the beneficiary of those situations. And now, final minute. And again, Rhino, it is deja vu here for this series. Inseparable are Synthesis and Astronic.
And we knew they would be. This is one of the games of the day. We talked about it before stream had even started. Demos everywhere. Dab's taking out the entire Astronic roster, except for this man. But Declan will stop that one going over the top, and now realizes that he has some time. Pops the ball high, gets demoed for his trouble. Is there a player following through? No, there isn't. Inspire wins that 50 brilliantly, but then cleared back downfield. Devour, bit of a loose touch into the corner. Inspire says, don't worry, I got this. Driving downfield, getting the better of one, but there's 2 in net. And we could be finding ourselves in the exact same position that we seem to have found ourselves many, many times so far this series. OT is calling. Who will answer it? Declan, I think you've taken that away from your teammate. And it is OT indeed.
Guys, let's play a new song. All right, a new song. Ooh, overtime. Might be over quickly, but the snipe did not quite have the correct angle. 10 seconds in. Again, it's Synthesis with a better start to yet another overtime here in this series. Meshin, it's a crucial 50-50. Body block there by Dabs as well. Gonna make sure that Synthesis are able to live on to fight. Declan onto the backboard. Lax boost to follow it away. Inspire, though, not perfectly positioned. Devour with a great touch. Make sure that Astronic do get away, and now Inspire in the air. That's not what you want to see, Declan. Double commit with Dabs, but he does get the second clear.
A little bit spicy. Astronic starting to feel it now, starting to ascend, and Synthesis double commit on the goal line is not going to help them out at all. Check out the boost tallies in the top left. That's going to determine whether Synthesis can clear this ball or not. At the moment, they can. Declan Big Demo wants a skill steal, but if there's no second man following you, then that is not an important demo at all. And now off this right-hand side, it will be Meshin to get the clearance, getting the reset, flying through the air. Skill steal blocks him off. Declan, you got to win this 50. Doesn't do. Skill steal finds the shot, but Daps is back in time.
Dabs 0 boost and, well, one problem, but he dealt with it beautifully. As we've moved into our 7th minute of overtime in the series. And Declan is going to end it unceremoniously. A long clear down the center of the pitch. Skill steals touch lets him down dramatically. As Synthesis move to match point.
And that's going to be one that Skill still wants back. I don't know if he realized that he was the third man at that moment, if he needed to catch or even play it to a side instead of trying to take it through the heart of the Synthesis half. But in the end, Synthesis, I mean, they win the game, but it literally feels like you could flip a coin at the start of any of these games, and that would be the team that wins that specific game. It does not feel like one team is outclassing, outmatching, outmeching the other team at this point. And I love it. I love every second of this. This is SSA. This is why we come along to watch.
And as to prove your point, as far as how close the series is, or how close this game is, there has been a difference of exactly 1 shot between the two, and that was the winner coming from Declan. So that's how close it is between Synthesis and Astronic, and Astronic now do the only thing that they can and need to do, and that is take their time out before moving to Neo Tokyo. It is only logical. Try to calm the nerves. I don't think right now this timeout is about talking about tactics or talking about tactic stuff. It's just stand up off your chair, get your hands ready and warm, quickly zone out of the game to then concentrate and go full focus for game 6.
Heart rates are sky high right now, and you can see that in the way that they're playing the game. A lot of split-second decisions, a lot of moments where you let your body overtake your mind and you kind of just play that ball instead of listening to the communication from your teammates that they're there. We're seeing a lot of double commits. We're seeing a lot of stressful plays, but that's making for an entertaining game for us. Yeah. However, you're absolutely right. Astronic need to just calm things down. They are doing the right things a majority of the time, certainly in their own 2/3, right? Their defensive third and their middle third. It's the attacking third that I want to see a little bit more creativity from them, because you have Inspire and Devour, who are those mechanical geniuses in the sky. I want to see them be able to create a little bit more room for maybe Skill Steal to come through as the third man shot, or even for one of the other players on their roster to be able to have a little bit more room. So we'll see what happens. We won't see what happens right now, but we will in a moment. See what happens. There we go. We are getting into game. Neo Tokyo marked. Does it end here?
Well, it is known as the graveyard to all of us here in SSA. Last time Synthesis has been here on Neo Tokyo was, of course, in Open 1 in their 7-game thriller against the Punishers, where they could not convert their match point and had to go to Champions Field. Let's see if it starts like that again, and it does start promisingly for Astronic Inspire, finding the opening goal.
There we go. But as we always say, we've seen this before. Astronic take the lead in a game that does not tell us what is actually going to happen. There's no script we're following here, folks. It's all thrown out the window now. But that's what they needed to do. The first goal of the game was so important, and Astronic have it now, so they have something to hang on to. But they need to make sure they don't sit back. They need to make sure they don't rest on the laurels of being 1-0 up. They need to go forwards. They need to attack and get a second and find some daylight. But Synthesis are not allowing that in the slightest.
Dab's taking their shot opportunity away from Declan. And Synthesis surely want that back, but now they have to be back, first of all, to get the saves moving forward. And let's not forget, and Synthesis, Rhino, is also a team that doesn't quite mind playing from there. You know, there are some of these teams that don't like playing from behind. Synthesis, not one of them. They don't give a care in the world as Dabs finds yet another equalizer.
Very concerned about how you're going to finish that sentence, Mark, but you pulled it through. Love that from you.
No worries, they've got you covered.
Yeah, I appreciate that. 1-1. Even again, Synthesis answer back, but crucially, they answer back a lot quicker than I feel like they have done in previous games. Within a minute and kind of 5 seconds, but hang on a moment, Astronic turn the tables! And this is something we've not seen very often. When Synthesis equalize, normally that means they're going into the ascendancy and they're going to start pressuring, but Astronic turn the tide and they get the second goal. And how important could that be here on Neo Tokyo?
I mean, talk about answering quickly. Here, coming from Astronic, as the kickoff strategy goes awry for Synthesis. Inspire. Once again, that great 50-50 from Dabs, honestly, but no trust there from Declan to move up. Didn't want to leave his post too early. And I mean, considering they are hunting, but they do have enough time, I don't necessarily hate that principle or that train of logic. Synthesis know they can put goals into the orange net. They know they can take their time as well.
And I think it is that taking time that they kind of need to do a little bit, because Astronic, when Synthesis have been taking those snapshots, those really quick attacks, Astronic have had the answer, because all they've had to do is kind of save 1 or 2 shots at any given moment, and then the attackers died because that third man from Synthesis is too far back, or because their spacing isn't exactly perfect. A couple of demos coming through, but again, are they effective? We'll let you decide as chat. Astronic They need to just be able to slow things down, take the sting out of the game, and build an attack that they truly can back and put resources into. At this moment, Declan dropping down, saved away by Astronic. 2.5 minutes still to go.
I think even Declan was surprised at how much time he was given in the air. Didn't quite know what to do with it. Smeshin, oh, that's a great little redirect. Inspire is forced to take an awkward touch. It's got dropped down. Meshin, zero boost. Zero problems for the Hungarian. 2-all.
Yep, absolutely. We love to say it. No boost, no problem for some players, and Meshin is one of those. In off the crossbar. That is an absolute beaut and puts Synthesis back level. They want this done in Game 6. Do not get it twisted. Synthesis want to get out of this server as quickly as they possibly can because they know if this goes to Game 7, we have another coin flip. We have another opportunity for Astronic to take the advantage. And there's an opportunity. The goal is empty. Oh my goodness gracious. Dap's able to make a save. Are Astronic gonna rue the fact that they didn't follow that in? Maybe.
I was already getting prepared to, well, criticize Daps for picking boost over ball, but he was so quick it didn't quite matter here. The demo does come through, but Inspire can't quite find the dish of the backboard. Synthesis, they floating in defense, but they do survive. They're not under the water just yet. Daps taking one, beaten by the second. Skill steal. Oh, missing the ball. It's going to be very awkward now for him, but also for the defense. In the end, Declan is the one with the clairvoyance necessary to move it down the field. Devour doesn't quite get the second touch, nor does he get the demo on the end of it. As Astronics seem to be setting up shop yet again in the blue half, but like we've seen many times here, Rhino, they are setting up shop, but they're not finding the shots when they are.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. You've got to be able to put shots on goal. At the moment, they're not doing that. Inspire looks to try and change that tune. Inspire! Top right-hand corner. And with 53 seconds to go, marked. Well, we may just be going to the Arena of Champions.
It's a lesson that Synthesis should have learned by now. Do not, under any circumstances, give Inspire that much freedom and that much time. But it's a lesson he will teach to you once again. Synthesis, now they need to put everything forward. Throw the kitchen sink here for Game 6. As Inspire once again gets it past one. Does he find the bump on the end of it? No, Meshin will just collect. No avail. Devour keeping our midfield in lock. Declan, past one. Declan, can he get past the second? No. Skill Seal will reign supreme.
And it's about ticking that clock down now. I'm not too keen on Astronic really taking another shot, unless it's a free one like that one. Devour into the top left corner. No one back defending. Synthesis collapse at the end of game number 6. And that's, if it wasn't confirmed before, I can say pretty confidently now, Macht, we are going to Champions Field.
Yes, but also, it seems to be an emerging trend. If Synthesis play the first game of our stream, we seem to be going to Champions Field. It's been now 2 out of 2, 100% conversion on that.
Okay.
So if we could get Synthesis for every first series, I wouldn't be opposed to that idea, although I'm sure the Synthesis, all players and fans, surely are, but their opinions don't matter. Astronic's got something to say about it. We go Champions Field.
SSA, it always delivers. Call it the postman region. As we start to think about that game number 7, it's true, man. It's every single time on the mainstream seem to find some incredible plays, and that's exactly what we've got here. I do want to ask if there is going to be a timeout from the side of Synthesis. I think I would like to see it, and if we do get that, then that gives perfect time for Twitch chat to let me know who they're supporting in chat, because they need you now more than ever. It's 1 5-minute game of Rocket League to determine who is going through into top 6 of SSA. Let me know in chat. Are you Astronic? Are you Synthesis?
I can confirm that there is a timeout coming from Synthesis. Of course, there's going to be a timeout coming from Synthesis, and it's going to be we could carbon copy if our producers have a clip ready of us talking between the last between the last match and now. We could carbon copy what we said then, because this is exactly the same scenario. It's not about tactics, especially not going onto Champions Field. It's all about the mental reset.
Yeah, just play that video again. Just run it back. Someone's got the clip somewhere. Don't worry about it. But no, you're absolutely right. This is a moment to calm the nerves, a moment to slow the heart rates. And trust me, within about 5 seconds of getting into the server, they will be upped again. But hey, you've got to take the time out when you can. This is an important moment for Synthesis. I would have been disappointed if they hadn't taken it, because I think we would have then had a very, very frantic start to Champions Field. And I'd rather see a little bit more measured approach from both of these teams in order to try and find that first goal, in order to unlock the opposing defense. And we'll see who has the key as we move in to the final game of the series.
There's a lock needing to be picked for Synthesis. But the question is, as you say, do they just get given the key perhaps by Stronic? Or are they just really good thieves?
Yeah.
Really good burglars. And taking the series away, stealing the skill away perhaps. Move on to Champions Field, the map where world champions are crowned, and the map which has its own set of rules.
Yep, shout out Naori Mizuki, man. Welcome to SSA, of course. Her first game on the mainstream as a host, and I think she'll be very enjoying what she's seeing for sure. But it's time to get loud, chat. It's time to support your team. 5 minutes of Rocket League stands between each of these rosters and a top 6 finish in Open number 2. As Meshin looks to take it forward for Synthesis. Over the top goes Declan. Demo in the midfield, and that's going to give Astronic space to break downfield. But they won't get very far as Daps collects the ball.
Now Meshin a bit of time, but Devour straight on his case, and Devour, he's been running rampant. I'm looking forward to seeing the demo stats after this series. I'm feeling that he's at least averaging 2 or 3 per game. Many a demo coming out from the youngster who does not seem phased by the pressure before in the series. But Game 7, man, that's different gravy. That's different pressure for the ever so young one here in the colors of Astronic.
Yeah, there's a couple of young talent on the field, and they will be feeling it. They will absolutely be feeling the pressure. But it's just about who can hold their nerve more. And Devour is showing that he is built for the big stage. From the angle, difficult to read. No one from Synthesis in net. Declan, where are you going, son? Get me a Kit Kat if you go into the shops. It's 1-0 to Astronic.
He wanted to cover near post high. The shot went far post low. Diametrically opposed from Devour. He had the read on the defender, and now Synthesis once again railing from behind, but we do know that they do not care. Declan, the corner, Meshin, one shot blocked by Inspire, but crucially gets the 100 boost.
Yeah, Astronic 1-0 up. I think I've seen this film before. As in the corner, Declan has an opportunity. Now needs to find the pinpoint pass. Oh my goodness, so nearly does. Gets it right onto Daps' head. But unfortunately, can't find the conversion. I'll tell you who can. Down the other end, Skill Steal. Making defense look good in offense. And that is enough to give Astronic a buffer, a bit of daylight. 2-0.
The old man, once again, the basic shot, but a shot that he's scored many a time in his long career here in SSA. Yes, Skills is looking for Declan on the backboard. Astronic Reed out there to putting in another goal, trying to bury Synthesis early. Daps, reset, pass one, not pass the second.
Yeah, nice opportunity though. Meshin now off the left-hand side. It is just a matter of turtle up a little bit from Astronic. Take the openings the Synthesis give you, but don't overextend. Opportunity, top corner! Meshin, pile driver, gets Synthesis on the board in game number 7.
On the stroke of halftime, Synthesis show they are in it. They show their resilience. Smashing gets a good kickoff here. Follows it up high with a tap up to Dabs. Gets a pass to Declan.
Surely.
It has to be. It is not.
Wait. Still a chance. No one turns. Absolutely zero communication there from Synthesis. One of them surely had to turn for that ball. There was a golden opportunity. They had the golden ticket to equalize, and they just don't use it. Meshin off that right side. Intercepted. Meshin still trying to use what limited resources he has, but he might have used all of them. No. Cleared away by Declan. Daps trying to follow through. Doesn't get much done. Will get the boost steal, though. That could lead to problems on the defense for Astronic. Declan, left-hand side, off the ceiling. Needs to follow. Can't do so. Now needs help. And takes it away from his teammate there. And gets the team bump. Oh, dear, Synthesis. That's not a pretty sequence.
Oh, that bounce is also everything but pretty. For the Synthesis defense, skill steal. Looking for the ground pinch. Can't quite find it. Meshin is there to intercept. Looking for the Vow now on the goal line, but... Again, the demo for demo's sake, his teammates were not ready to capitalize either way. Meshin still in the air. As now the last 80 seconds move forward. Declan shot opportunities, trying to fake Devour, but Devour is not taking the bait. Synthesis, slowly but surely, they're laid back. Patient playstyle, playing from behind. It doesn't work as Declan nearly finds the dunk of the century.
Wow. Yeah, not buying what they're selling, certainly. But Synthesis, they really are trying to sell them something. Ball into the midfield. Good block by Declan. It means that Inspire can't get away cleanly, but he still follows through. Backboard, not defending. Opportunity! Skill steal! And that might be the nail in Synthesis is open to. As Skill steal finds a gap, gets the better of Declan on the 50. There's a player trying to block the high shot. There's no one trying to block the low shot marked. Is it over?
Well, that's the question. Is it the nail in the coffin? Declan and Daps, they see each other. They've practiced the sequence 100 times. So has Skill Steal. Meshin. One shot. One opportunity not going in. Inspire gets the save, and Inspire has a free backboard to play from. Could have left it, perhaps, for one of his teammates. But here, Skill Steal just keeps driving forward. No fear on the side of Astronic. Inspire gets one up high, gets the second one not past that, but it's burning valuable time. That Synthesis simply does not have. Declan, can he get back to it? Double demo attempt, but all will be for naught. Devour on the ground and Astronic in top 6.
That might be one of my favorite clips that I've ever seen from an observer. Just 3 cars driving towards the goal. They've got the V formation going, trying to force that ball over the line. It doesn't work out for them this time. And Astronic, off the back of an inspired Inspire performance, take home the victory in game number 7. They have a top 6 finish in their back pocket marked, and it's off the back of just one of the most mental series of Rocket League you may ever watch in your life.
That was a car crash. You know, when you're driving down the motorway on the other line, and on their lane there's a big car crash, and you're like, I sort of don't want to watch, but I can't keep my eyes off it. It was beauty and chaos is what that series was.
It was everything. It was beauty, it was chaos, it was confusion, it was diving forwards, it was absolutely everything. And if you needed an advert, if you needed a reason to watch the SSA region, that's it. Watch that series on repeat. And just like a good car crash, it has also delayed the rest of the cars behind it because, of course, it took the longest amount of time. So hopefully we will be able to take a breather. But of course, goodness me, we need to bring some people back in. We need to talk things through. Hello, desk. Can you give us a minute, please?
You know what? I think you guys definitely do need a moment to just digest. But a person who doesn't need to digest, a person who in fact is currently leading the predictions, is our very own Bromeo. Now, how does it feel, Bromeo, to have made such a perfect prediction?
Man, it feels good. I'd like to thank my family and my sponsors, and mostly, production and my raw analytical skill. No, to be honest, that was one of the most mental games of Rocket League I've watched in a long time. It divided up the waiting room where the rest of us casters were chilling. We were all shouting at the screen, whether it was for Synthesis or Astronic. Either which way, Game 7, multiple overtimes. It's all I want from Rocket League, man. This was it.
Now, one thing that I do want to ask you guys that have just walked off of the broadcast, so apologies, but you're on the spot once again. One of the things that kind of kept cropping up while we were watching in the green room was, okay, we had a ton of overtimes, but it really felt like in those high pressure moments, some of our players, maybe more so on the Sin side than on the Astronic side, the jitters kind of got to them a little bit. Rhino, let's get your thoughts on that one first.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because I think mistakes are put more under a microscope in overtime, right? Whereas I think in regulation, I still think those mistakes were cropping in. I still think those jitters were there. We're just not seeing them as much. We're not giving them as much attention because it's not in that high pressure situation of OT. So I don't think either team really changed the way they were playing a lot or changed their caliber of play. It was just that one big mistake that cost you the game is going to be much more apparent in overtime than it is costing you a goal with 10 seconds gone in the game at the start of regulation. So I think that's my take on it. But I mean, even so, yeah, there are always going to be nerves in OT.
Max, would you agree with that?
I really have nothing to add to that, honestly. I would love to, disagree with Rhino as I usually do with the Englishman, but yeah, I've got nothing to disagree on. And it is just that microscope, right, for an overtime, but the mistakes were overall, I feel like, very plentiful in that series. So we've seen it like a lot of times. Skillsy was able to find punishing goals on a Synthesis. Meshin was usually the one that find punishing goals on Astronic defensive mistakes. So it's just that overtime, just again, it puts a magnifying glass on it.
All right, well, we need to find out from the horse's mouth themselves because it's Astronic, of course, walking away with the victory here, and we have the pleasure of an interview. So, but Robio and Macht, I believe it's the two of you that get to go and deep dive a little bit into the minds of Astronic. Take it away.
Man, oh man, am I looking forward to this interview right here. We've got Skill Steal from Astronic. And first of all, congratulations on the win. Second of all, 4 OTs in 7 games. How are you feeling?
It was pretty nerve-wracking, I won't lie. I mean, you don't get to go to those many overtimes in one series very often. But yeah, I could feel the hands shaking, the adrenaline rushing. So yeah, it was quite nerve-wracking, but it was for the fans, for the content. You gotta give the region something to watch.
So Skill, it's one of the few times I get to interview a player that's actually older than me. So
I knew it was coming up. I knew it was coming up. I knew it.
What is it like in that team combination? Because of course Devour is like 15, you're 29 yourself. Is it something where you'll be able to, where you're just calming down the nerves, where you're just trying to impart your wisdom on Devour and Inspire, or what's the sort of like dynamic working for Astronic, especially in these high pressure situations?
Yeah, I mean, you'd be very surprised. So in this particular case, the entire team was kind of trying to get everyone to calm down at the same time. So I was trying to get everyone to breathe, and Devour was getting everyone to breathe, and Spy was doing the same thing. So there wasn't one person trying to bring everyone level back on the field. It was kind of an entire team effort. Even the coach trying to just get everyone to stop shouting, just lock back in. So yeah, it was just an entire team effort. Everyone just trying to stay calm because we know what's riding on this. Our very first top 8 as a team. You tend to get nervous. So after every goal kickoff, we're just trying to say, listen, lock back in. Everyone take a deep breath in, back out, and it worked.
I mean, evidently, it did work brilliantly. And for you, that's now the first top 6 since 2 years, basically.
Oh yeah, I wanted to give the intro. Unk is back. I'm back into, but I mean,
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. Is Unk back? Does the old man still have it? Are you the sort of not necessarily poster boy, but the sort of idea that we are entering into a stage of Rocket League that if you've been at a high level in like 2022, 2023, that you can still keep at it, and that age isn't really the big factor that everyone makes it out to be?
I mean, look, I'm a realist, so I understand in SSA it's probably easier to achieve, still getting to top 8s, top 6s, even top 4s, maybe win a regional if you're insanely talented at this game. But I understand in SSA it's probably easier, but I can still probably be proud of the fact that, you know, even after all these years, I'm still doing at least something. I can make an impact. And that's kind of what it's about for me these days. I retired, then unretired unofficially. You know, I didn't really just come back into the scene and say, listen, I want to reach the top again. It's just to see how far I can take it, what impact I can have on the player base, and what legacy I can leave behind as well. So yeah, I mean, being this old and still, you know, making top 8s and top 6s, I can't be anything other than proud, I guess. So yeah.
Well, I mean, let's just stick with that for a second. You say you're proud, rightfully so, and you survived a dogfight all the way through here. You took down rounds yesterday, and now Synthesis. Let's just say it like this. All of the predictions for Desk had this going either 4-3 to Synthesis or 4-3 to Astronics. So we knew it was going to be a tight game. I'm assuming you guys knew it was going to be a tight game. How did you approach this game knowing it was gonna be as tight as it was?
So first off, we actually haven't played Synthesis a lot this season. I think we've scrimmed them, we warmed them up for an RLCS match back when we got to Inspire for the first time, and probably once or so afterwards. So going into it, we didn't really know how they play, what kind of things they go for, things they try. So the only thing we could really rely on is our confidence to play our best on the day. And again, I just have to take a moment. Props to Synthesis. They really did show up in their Swiss. Unfortunate day yesterday, but again, you know, had that not happened, I really think they could have gone far. And again, it was a tough team to play against. Always going to be a tough team to play against. And Game 7 really shows that that they are a team. And you never know. A lot of things could have maybe gone their way. You know, so yeah.
Well, let's just leave it at that then. Congratulations on the top 8. It was magnificent. You guys are chuffed, but you still have a lot of work to do. So best of luck on the rest of your journey. Skill Steel. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys.
So heading back to the desk now, and let's ruminate on that for a second. First time top 8 for Astronic. They must be bouncing around the room.
Yes. How very insightful of you. They won the game and they're happy. Correct.
So happy.
And it does warm my heart to see the sheer amount of respect that they were giving to Synthesis as well, as is due them, of course. But unfortunately, with the way that the GSL went, it means that we now say goodbye to Synthesis in our playoffs here, our first team to be eliminated. So on that note, we can start looking at our schedule and our bracket and seeing kind of how things are shaping up. It is only game 1, but it was such a banger of a match. It honestly, it could have been, we could have been a lot further along in the bracket. Guys, Astronic, most of us didn't even have them in our top 8, and yet here they are making their way all the way into the quarterfinals, but it's not over yet. We have another game coming up, waiting in the wings. Amapiano versus Death Cloud. You know what? Actually, you know what? You guys have spoken enough. I'm going to throw this one to Rhino this time because he didn't get to be part of the interview. Why don't you give us your thoughts on... You also weren't on the desk, so here you go. What are your thoughts on Death Cloud and Amapiano?
Oh, you give me the mic now. I'm just going to take it right the way through until game time. Here we go.
Oh, no. What have I done?
Extreme hostage now. No, this game looks really great on paper. Amapiano looks like a fantastic team in Swiss, of course, going 3-0. And I think that might have surprised a lot of people with the names that they've got on their roster. But you can't forget that the likes of Cams has been there and done it with the likes of Cosmico last season. So I'm really happy that he's finding that form again. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got Triple T, Death Cloud Esports, Teshel, Tweaks, and Twinzer. I love this roster. It's a young roster, but it's one that plays without fear. It's one that plays always in an aggressive way. And yeah, I don't know what that symbol was from Mark, but maybe we need to do
it's a triple T. Come on.
Yeah, we
Triple T.
got to be careful. But yeah, no, this team really excite me, and they should have some exciting gameplay today.
Right, now we've heard a couple of opinions here and there, but as I said, Twitch chat, we know you have opinions, and you can give us your opinions on 2 separate topics. My goodness, aren't you being spoiled today? First and foremost, if you head on over to acgl.gg/vote. That should pop up in the chat a couple of times, but for those of you that don't see it, I There we go, I said it. And you can go and vote for your driver of the day. Now, reminder, you don't have to vote right now. We've still got a few games ahead of us. So if you want to wait a little bit and get to see some other players play, but if you felt that like Declan just absolutely rocked your world, feel free to go ahead and drop that vote in. I'm sure the Synthesis guys are going to be doing that either way. So that is available to you. The other vote, of course, is game number 2. Who do you think is going to be taking this one? DeathCloud Esports or Amapiano? We've heard some arguments from our desk throughout the broadcast so far. So absorb all of that and let us know who you think is going to be coming out on top of this one. As now the stats roll up on our screen here. Mark, what do you think of who do you think of the players that we should be looking out for? I did this in game number 1. Who's your like top player to look out for in this matchup?
I mean, I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna give you one per team. For Amapiano, it's Cam, right? It has to be Cam. He's the one with the most experience competitively, with the highest experience competitively. He's really the one poster man of that roster. And on the other side, I'm gonna go Tweaks. I really love what I saw from Tweaks in Open 1. The Namibian has been sort of not necessarily a revelation, but he's been so good in that first Open. And I feel like when Twinza and Tisha really get him enabled and really get him online, that's what makes DeathCloud then really, really dangerous. Because this DeathCloud roster, I've got to say, I'm a huge fan.
Well, of course, we all know I've got a slight bias for Tweaks already, so we won't go too much deeper into that one. But, you know, DeathCloud as an organization, not just this team in particular, but it's something that I have kind of spoken about with them in the last few months, going back to, you know, some of the community tournaments last year. They have an eye for talent. And you know what, Bromeo, I'm curious about your opinion on this one. Do you think that eye for talent is going to be the difference maker coming into this weekend?
Triple T, baby, DCE. No, I gotta say, like Macht was saying, I'm a big fan, and Tweaks, as we see up here, a goal a game. And he does that with a pretty much a 40% shot rate. It is just that good. So I do believe that we're getting to the business end of this tournament now, and it's very easy to throw out, yeah, this player does this player does that. But it is where your mental fortitude starts to get tested, and this is where the teams are tested. So it's a tough one. It's going to be another tough game, just like the one we just saw. It's going to be a fight, no matter who.
All right, well, now I have to do that thing where I put you guys on the spot. We're not going to do a whole team defense thing, but I would like to hear some opinions on this one, because we're going to be going into the talent predictions now. And Bromeo, we have to, I know we just finished with you, but as the current leading predictor for the day, I think we all are just burning to know what your prediction is and why that is your prediction.
You know, the earlier game, it was going to be tough. This one is going to be equally as tough. Amapiano stacked with so much talent, and they caught us napping last split. I got to say, they're not going to catch us again. But I'm this time going to go Triple T, baby, all the way. DCE, I think they're going to take it, but this time I think they're going to do one better. I think they're going to do it in 6, 4-2.
Okay. Mark, what about you?
Look. This is the one series where I'm allowed to be biased. Because A, I'm not casting it, and B, I've got my Twinsy Poo playing. I've got my compatriot. Go on! DeathCloud Esports, Triple T, baby, all the way.
I have so many regrets. Rhino, what about you? Bring some normalcy to the desk, maybe.
Oh, that's too big an ask for me. But what I will say is there was a thing on that stat screen that I really want to bring people's attention to, and that is the shot conversion rate. The DeathCloud shot conversion rate is much higher than the Amapiano shot conversion rate, and for that reason, they're more clinical, and for that reason, I've got them in this series. Give me DeathCloud and give me Triple T.
Or give me death, I suppose.
Or give me death.
For me, I'm gonna go against all of you. Maybe it's the green in me talking, you know, as was mentioned a bit earlier. It is my first time hosting, but I'm putting all my money on Amapiano, partially because I love their name, partially because I do believe in the Dark Horse stories, you know, White Rabbit making it through, the fact that we've had Astronic beating Synthesis, like this feels like it could be the season of upset. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw my hat in the ring for Amapiano, but I'm gonna give it a 4-3 because I think it's also gonna be a very, very close close affair. And taking a look at the chat
What?
vote,
What?
it is overwhelmingly Amapiano.
Someone's drunk at the wheel.
Yo.
It's me. You guys don't know this. I've been stuffing the ballot box while nobody was looking. Take that with a pinch of salt or with your tequila, however you take your salt. But we're jumping into our second game of the day. We're going to hand the mic back over to two lovely faces. Casters, please take it away.
Amapiano, their hashtag is AMP, amp, then they are amped. A pickup roster, but including the most veteran of veterans in cams. But DeathCloud Esport proving to be a consistent roster, chasing their second consecutive top 6. It comes down to this, the next potentially 7 games to see who goes through to the top 6. Newcomer Nitro as well, making another appearance in the top 8. And over on the other side, one of the rare teams, DeathCloud Esport, one of the few teams who don't include a South African, a Reunionese, a Namibian, and a German. This is it. Our second local bracket match is underway.
The variety is here with DeathCloud, as you mentioned. The excitement is here. You said their hashtag is AMP for Amapiano. I'm wishing there was AMA. I have a lot of questions for this team. How did Nitro end up with Cam? And how much success are they going to bring today?
I've been waiting a couple of years to see the breakout season for Nitro. I saw him at the Comic-Con VS Final LAN over 2 years ago, and I thought this guy's going to go somewhere. Now here he is, doing work in the top 8, opening goal for Amapiano.
Goal or goals? We got a set play here on the kickoff for Amapiano, and we nearly had that second look. DeathCloud have to be a little more vigilant on these set plays for the kickoffs, and maybe a little more aware on their goal line as well. That was a tight situation to get out of with low boost and DeathCloud hammering away at the shots. So they suffice for now on the defensive side as we continue on.
Early doors, they'll be very happy with their early result, but it's going to be undone. DeathCloud will level it up. Twinzer gets himself on the board, as well as DeathCloud.
Yeah, so the defense struggling to set right now for Amapiano. You've got players rotating ball side. You've got Kexi outright missing the ball. You've got some really easy looks right now for DeathCloud. Amapiano looking like a explosive team on attack, but lackluster on the defensive side.
Well, early opportunity. Twinzer just has taught Nitro to beat. Nitro does well enough and will pick up the ball himself, but good pressure building by DeathCloud. Cam, his experience showing, outdoes Tweaks, and immediately they themselves are on attack. But like the other side, these pushes forward being quickly undone. Oh, T-Shaw nearly gets past the rebound. Twinzer will get a second.
Well, Twinzer is no stranger to big plays like this. The swift follow-up off the backboard is just dimed between the uprights. Twinzer, I've got to just call them out because Mock's a big fan for good reason. Their tenure in SSA with 77 blocks. He's been to a championship match in these regionals for SSA, and they've got their sights set exactly there this RLCS weekend.
Yeah, looking good. A shaky start after that early goal, but it's looked very good for them since then. Although, having to do defensive duty, they do it well enough. It's not over.
Whoa.
Cam touches it backwards. What a play! And there you go. The experience, the danger of Cam. Oh, what a touch.
Yeah, I just had to let that moment breathe because unbelievable for Cam. Is Cam basically a Shaquille O'Neal in the paint? Just dangerous. If you let him have the ball right in front of the net, he's going to do some dirty work with it.
Game leveled. And do we have another game 7 on our hands here, Pyro? Because we saw a fantastic opening series, and this has all the hallmarks of something similar. We're not even halfway through the game. We've had 4 goals, all leveled up. Here comes T-Shao. Tweaks lurking on the backboard with no boost. I hope he doesn't nearly pays the price for a Twinzer, though, with a full tank. Comes to save, heading toward an open net. Cam saves, and it's pinched away.
But what a play for Cam. You've got to have a cool head in that situation. The perfect pre-flip into the path of the ball and then worry about what comes next. Fortunately for Amapiano, it was a flubbed pinch that let the ball exit out of their half and give them time to resurface.
Not done yet. Here comes Twigs. Twigs gets on the board. And Amapiano have led once with that early goal, but every since then it is Death. Oh, what a bump from Tweaks to open things up. Death Cloud have gotten the next two go-ahead goals as they've just done now.
Tweaks getting called out in the pre-match conversation by the desk, and for good reason. I mean, that just a dangerous element to his gameplay. The pinch followed by the goalie bump opens up that avenue nicely for the Death Cloud lead. This is developing here still for Death Cloud as they move on to the offensive side. Tweaks wants to do a little more with the ball, has some space to pass to a teammate. And I like the back pass, but it just doesn't connect. Nitro out of boost, out of options here as Twinzer plays the ball instead. Kexi straight to the net. And it is derailed, though Amapiano seem to not be taking their time to find an equalizer. Double tap. Will not reach to the net, not quite yet.
Big Amapiano pressure building, and it's been going on for some time, and the problem for Death Cloud is their boost. Their Tweaks having to take a little bit of a day trip to go and find some boost. Luckily, he doesn't get into trouble for it. Is now back in defense. They are a little bit stocked up, and finally get it out of their half. It might just open. Twins are having a crack, and just like that, great work in defense from Death Cloud to absorb the pressure and find their way to go forward. But they're going to have to do more of it as Amapiano start to swarm forward once more. But they're getting undone. Oh, I'm still trying to make my point about Death Cloud in defense, and Twinzer has worked his way all the way to the other side, and Encounter gets his hat trick.
I think Twinzer is trying to rebrand himself. We always talk about that 77 blocks defense, the way he just stonewalls on the goal line, but he's looking to do it on the other side of the field. Lovely fake there at the end of the solo play. Cross court to bring Death Cloud up to Amapiano with a lot of work here in 40 seconds.
Well, they just got to see it out now. 35 seconds to go. They have a 2-goal lead. It would be a massive choke from them here to give up game one. But that'll not stop Amapiano from trying. They'll be pushing hard. If they can score now, they still have a kickoff goal potential. Kexi pops it up. Cam follows. Down off the ceiling and into the net. Oh, we have late drama.
There's always a unique journey for the ball to take on its way to the net, and Cam finds that path off of the ceiling. There's only one way there. It was above the defender and under the crossbar. 20 seconds to equalize.
Oh, are they gonna do it? They're gonna do it! Oh, we have the ultimate chaos in game one!
You gotta be kidding me. Cam rummages his way to the ball through a demolition and then bulldozes his way to the net. You said it would be a huge choke, Graybeard. Well, I think we've just about seen it.
Oh man, if Death Cloud go on to lose this game, they're absolutely going to look back at this, because this is disaster for them.
Here's the thing, it's not over yet. This one's going to OT surely, right? Nitro doesn't get a chance here.
Indeed.
Yes, it is overtime for game number one, just like the last match was. The drama unfolding. Tweaks with the ball, dunks it over, off in the backboard, T-shot for the shot. It's saved though by Cam.
Our first overtime of this series, the fourth of the day, though. There have been a lot of them, and that speaks to how close the teams have been. I'm not sure if we'll see the same in the upper bracket. That remains to be seen. Cam looking for someone in the middle. Tweaks. Twinzer gets it almost out. T-Shao will complete the clear, and in the opening 30 seconds, it seems like Amapiano had the best of the pressure play. This off the backboard. No one there from Death Cloud to clean up.
I'm happy we're starting to see those redirects from Death Cloud. That is one of their most venom venomous assets to their team. But Kexi trying to show off the flip reset and how dangerous that can be. Nitro gets stonewalled near the goal line, so Cam has to take it backwards. About a minute here into overtime, and each team trying to find their way to the other's net.
First minute of overtime complete. Twinza looks to settle himself, line up. Oh, he gets a pop-up and a demo. Doesn't have a teammate behind him, but Twinza picks up his own, sort of cleans up his own little play there, but has lost possession, and that'll open things up for Amapiano unless Tishao can get this forward. Gets past Cam. Tishao doing very well on no boost. Looks for the pass. Tweaks with the shot, is blocked away. Seconds away, moments away, but Amapiano survived.
Kexi the magician, how do you pull that save out of your hat and then follow up with the demolition, saving the team at the moment they need him most? Though it's a shot off the bar, Twinzer can't read it, and T-Shao's follow comes just too late. Death Cloud are not
surely
done
now.
yet, though. Twinzer with the air dribble to the top corner. It's Death Cloud to survive.
Oh man, this is peak entertainment right now. Twinza with 4 goals in the game. He has been the man for Death Cloud Esports.
The overtime goal, and Greybeard, they can just forget for a moment about how that game went to overtime and how they nearly lost an undefeatable game. But yeah, they come out on top, and as you mentioned, Twins are 4 for 5. I think the desk mentioned the shot conversion rate. It was Rhino from Death Cloud, and boy, you can hardly get better than what Twinzer put out on the table for game 1.
Yeah, look at that score tally, but look at that. Tishao with the 3 assists, lining that all up. A good performance, and honestly, this Death Cloud team look better and better. They are a team, with the opening of the season, there's always questions around the settling of rosters. And we saw between Open 1 and Open 2, a few rosters shake things up. Death Cloud stuck with it, and they do seem to be locking in together more and more, and it's fantastic to see. But it's not like they're crushing Amapiano. Amapiano are right up there with them. So this is going to be a delicious, I hope, to be a delicious series.
Now, there's truly something to be said about longevity for rosters, creating a foundation that you can then build on as you move. And it's not just the longevity of Death Cloud and how Amapiano were just kind of put together for this event. It's also the fact that Death Cloud have been here in playoffs as well. These are young players, but they're becoming veterans just with their experience in these RLCS events. Oh, it gets down here to game number 2. Welcome to Forbidden Temple, everybody. We're all set to go. We can't promise another 9 goals in this game, but we can promise 5 minutes of lights out Rocket League with the 6 players that are here on the field now. Amapiano definitely riled up after getting that comeback to send it to overtime, but not quite making it for their first win of the series.
Early doors, no early goal for Amapiano, which is what we saw in game 1. The work is being scrappy inside the first minute. No goal yet. Nitro pumping forward, trying to find somebody. It's in front. Surely Cam gets us home. Twinzer with no boost pops out of the air and gets the touch away.
Ooh. I was wondering how open that counterattack chance would have been, but it is saved by a lightning fast recovery. Defense of Amapiano. Cam trying to show out with some flip reset plays, opportunities for the team, but immediately they recover, and this deep rotation here for Amapiano is giving us a little more space to breathe this game too.
Shot by Tweaks, blocked away. T-Shell's going to make sure the pressure doesn't come to an end. His teammates, however, are all rotating back for boost. So even if he does something, no one's going to be there to tidy up. Tweaks will pick this up just in and around the halfway line. He's only got to get past Nitro as Kexi and Cam look to storm back to defense. And the play has been a little more open in this game, sort of end to end, with I do think some advantage for Death Cloud Esports on pressure and territory, although Amapiano looking to change that now.
It depends on who can really pop off on the solo plays. And so far, that first man for Amapiano has been Cam. Setting up these cross-court plays with the flip resets, getting past one, maybe two defenders. I'd like to see Amapiano and the rest of the team commit more heavily on these chances that are opening up off the back of Cam.
Well, it is finally Amapiano with some pressure. That's heading right toward the net. Kexi shoots. He's high. Oh, and Cam now has to try and tidy up with 0 boost. The work is going to be hard. Tweaks takes it forward. Full tank of boost. He has to get past Cam. That's easier dead than son. Doesn't get past Cam, but T-Shell bringing it back, looking for some fancy work in front of the net. Amapiano being stretched in defense and holding strong, at least for the time being.
Now with the stronghold of a game, you're wondering if Amapiano are going to get the same chance again. Maybe Kexi can't produce it. The read off of the backboard. The waterfall ball, so difficult to get a hold of. Kexi manages it, but not enough for the goal. Still will be stuck on zeros, at least for the moment. Shot from T-Shell ends up wide. Tweaks tries to follow, but he's bumped out of the way, and Twinzer loses complete track of the ball. Can Nitro keep this close to produce a play? Sends it over to Kexi on low boost. Amapiano decide to commit. Is that their failure? Just about. Follow from Tweaks, just off the post. Now it's T-Shell. Tries to get it under Cam. Can't manage it.
It's like bang, bang, shot after shot. There's argy-bargy in the net. Tweaks did a fantastic job, but Twins and T-Shell nowhere to be found to slot a ball away into the net. All of this pressure from Deathcloud, at some point they're going to start to get frustrated. And we see this so often, Pyro. If you have the best of the pressure and don't take advantage, don't find the net, how many times do we see a counter-attack from the team under pressure to find a goal on the other side? And I thought I was going to sound incredibly smart there, but Deathcloud, keep it out.
Yeah, no one wants to take advantage of that moment, apparently. So what happens then? I guess we find out with a minute remaining. It's Twinzer. Who else would put up a bucket?
Man, oh man. Tweaks, they're doing very well to get in front, and then Twinzer, seeing the opportunity, gets his 5th goal of the series, and he's put in early notice to be man of the series so far. Deathcloud in front with under a minute remaining.
And so what happens here if Deathcloud win game 2? They start to get this momentum. Do we see this early out for players like Cam, who have not only been in playoffs in this region for years, but been to championships? And top 8 is certainly not where he wants to be relieved, but maybe I'm calling it too early. We still got 30 seconds left in this game too.
Yeah, I think you pulled out the obituary way too early there, Pyro. There is still a lot to happen here. Kexi with an opportunity, puts it wide. And it has to be said, they haven't had a huge number of opportunities, but they've squandered the ones they have. But finally, 16 seconds from time, Nitro will find the back of the net.
That's why I called it out for Cam. I knew he'd have to prove his worth in the playoffs, and he did it just like that, dangling the ball oh so delicately above the crossbar, teeing it up for the team to tie it up late again.
Series 1 had 2 consecutive overtimes. We're heading to our 2nd consecutive in this series. Although Deathcloud going to have to keep this out. They'll be a bit frustrated giving it away. And keep in mind, in game 1, they also gave away late goals. 2 of them in the final 30 seconds to force that game into overtime. And we have indeed overtime number 2.
Has the ice melted for Deathcloud again, or can they clutch up when it matters most here in overtime? It went a long way in game number 1. How will it be here? Game 2 is Kexi takes position on the ball. It's immediately dunked by Tweaks, giving absolutely no breathing room to his opposition. And Tweaks with another chance to touch this as he makes his way back. Hold on, he's giving it up to Twinzer, who's eliminated, who may have otherwise made a big play.
And a pretty high scoring affair in game 1 compared to just the 2 goals we had here in regulation. So it's been a little miserly. Twinzer with his hat-trick in game 1. Doesn't matter here. Tweaks gets his 2nd of the series. And the winner in game 2, Deathcloud Esports, a 2-game lead.
It's such a smart play there from T-Shao. He tees up the ball and realizes that's half the job to be done. Follows it up with the bump attempt. He doesn't make contact, but he clears out any chance for someone to remove the ball from the dangerous territory that it had ended up in. Tweaks finishes the job. Death Cloud go up 2.
That puts them in such a good position. And this is where we divert from the script of Series 1. At this stage, Astronic and Synthesis were 1 game each. Death Cloud march forward to a series win here. But as we pointed out in the series, the job is not done. And Cams will have been here before. And it's going to be his job to shepherd Kexi and Nitro and make sure that they remain in this game, remain focused, and don't lose track of where they are and where they need to be.
Yeah, we talk about Nitro for good reason. I mean, we're kind of waiting for that chance for him to really splash onto the scene with the right team. And Amapiano, they went in that Swiss 3-0, and it looked like this was going to be the team for Nitro to pop off. He was a team MVP in that game. He was the only one to score, so he's certainly getting his chances, but they've got to turn this around in the series. A reminder that Amapiano beat Death Cloud in Swiss already 3-1. This matchup has occurred, but Death Cloud exceeding expectations by already beating out the wins they got in that series. They're up 2-0 in this match already.
Maybe doing their homework, going back on that series to see where things went wrong and how to fix it. So far, that is working well. But as we pointed out, this is by no means a dominating win. They've been 2 overtimes, so Amapiano absolutely in it, but they have got to figure out how to take advantage of their opportunities, because they create them, but they've allowed them to go begging. Too many of them.
That's right. It is put up or shut up. It is time to execute. Cam may just be the player to do it. He follows up that air dribble with a demolition. The Tweaks knows there's a time to be saved here. So holds the ball for the flick. Twinzer takes high. And it's Kexi with the good backboard defense. I'd like to see this Amapiano defense a little more settled. They get shaky, and it breaks down too quickly.
We talk about how hard oh, that's heading toward an open net. Surely this is an opener for Amapiano. Indeed it is. Kexi shepherds it in. He sees the open net. Terrible touch from Tweaks. Kexi spies the wide open and taps it hard enough to make the distance.
And part of the reason Death Cloud are explosive is because they put the team in the position to make those plays, but otherwise it's going to leave them shy of a defensive play there. They do get beat from the overcommit, and off the kickoff, it's nearly Amapiano to score a second, but they could have done better with it. Cam will hold possession here. Nitro looks for the passing lane, can't quite get to it. And now it's Cam with a potential solo play. The pre-jump will take that away.
And not uncharted territory here for Death Cloud. That is 2 goals. We are now in uncharted territory. Death Cloud have been behind before. They were behind in game 1, but they've not been behind by 2 goals. So Amapiano making a statement here in game 3. Death Cloud are going to have to bring a+ game.
And Nitro Cam give and go was something special to put them in this uncharted territory. As it Tweaks to respond. Flip reset set up. Nitro knows they need to dive in and make contact with the ball. That is exactly what they do. T-Shout decides to play that slowly. Cam the same. And he's going to pick up another passing play. Amapiano linking up beautifully, but this time it is stopped.
What an important read there by the last defender, because that almost got behind them, but excellent read on seeing the pass coming through and getting in front of the shot. And now Death Cloud trying to come forward. Twinzer only scoring the 1 goal in the last game after his forfeit in game 1. Well, he's going to want to get himself back into the fray, back into things. Tweaks again can't get past Cam. Cam is a wily campaigner. You're going to have to be better in the air than that. Tweaks with a very soft, easily defended shot to the net. And their foray forward comes to an end.
Kexi leaves his air dribble to go for the bump onto who? There is nobody to eliminate there. That is challenging them early. It was a nice idea, but nowhere to go with that. We'll see how Deathcloud are able to respond on their own chance here. Tweaks unable to make their mark on that ball. Windsor, though, defeating Kexi to it. And I'm noticing that Amapiano a little low on boost in this situation. A passing play could dice him up here. T-Shao gets a chance on it, and Twinzer with no boost still wants to make the play and ends up stealing it. Importantly, as T-Shao sends this way wide. Tweaks, there's no way you can put that on target quickly enough. The counterattack does them undone again. Graybeard, they're caught out.
Man, and that was tough. What a great touch from Nitro, though, recognizing the ball coming over his shoulder. But yeah, they've been caught out twice. Pushing forward, you've spoken, you've mentioned their eagerness to thrust forward is catching them out at the back. They find themselves 3 behind now, and certainly not where they've been. They've got time, but not a lot of it. If they're going to push this close, you feel they've got to score before we get to the final minute.
Or permit Cam from scoring his own goal. That was a flip reset gone wrong, and here we go. Twinzer the other way. It's another counterattack goal, finally, this time for Deathcloud.
Yeah, and the first goal against Deathcloud was a terrible touch from Tweaks, and there we see something similar from Cam, not getting on that and really just kind of teeing it up, laying it in front of Deathcloud to roll it into the open net on the other side. So there we go. One of the 2 deficit cleared. They've still got plenty work to do.
So this is a 3-step program. I asked for your first initial goal, but still more to be seen. Demolition could help them out here for Deathcloud as Twinzer picks up 1. Twinzer picks up another. He's gone hunting, and he's making his mark. Is it enough, though, to score? All will ricochet off the corners. Tweet steals another boost. Nitro has enough, though, to make ends meet, kick that ball to the half-court line, and buy Deathcloud a little more time.
We're coming up to 1 minute of overtime. I can't remember how long the other overtimes have been, but I get the feel. Oh, there it is, Twinzer! Oh, he gets goal number 6 for the series, and that will be that. No. What am I seeing here? It's Amapiano scoring. Oh my word, I'm losing my mind.
You are, Graybeard, because it's Deathcloud scoring. Right back to it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
2
know.
goals in a row for them. But
Yes.
hey, try to keep your head on 2 shoulders because they may have a 3rd goal coming to tie this up.
Yeah, I was daydreaming. I was imagining they were already in an overtime and Deathcloud had scored, and then I saw they were in deficit. I'm like, okay, I've definitely gotten too old for this. Heading toward, there are 2 defenders though for Amapiano. No problem for them to defend and take it out. And now an opportunity on the other side. 13 seconds to go. Deathcloud have got to get possession. Got to move it over to get our 3rd successive overtime. It's not looking like that's going to happen. Here comes Tweaks. And again, we have seen Tweaks and Cam doing battle in the air again and again. And Cam seems to win every time. And Amapiano finally get themselves on the board.
It makes me think about how Amapiano, in each of their scenarios, when they were down a couple goals or 1 goal, they were able to bring it to overtime. Deathcloud tried to give them a taste of their own medicine, but ended up just 1 goal short. It feels like we're in that situation where there's a lot of pressure on Twinzer here to execute for this team. Again, we talk about that shot conversion rate. This time, Twinzer 2 for 2. So it may be a point for Deathcloud, how many opportunities can you give to Twinzer? Because he's completing almost every chance.
It does seem that he's taken a much more forward role. And I don't know if that's something new they're looking at. Or if it's something that, I don't know if it's part of their team talks and conversation, but I think your point is well made. Just given how he's been playing, he has scored 6 goals in the series, so that's two per game. So yeah, get the ball to Twinzer. He will find a way through. Make sure you're backing him up. Don't allow yourself to get countered by everybody pushing forward. Give the ball to Twinzer and see what he does before you push too much further.
And then on the other side, it may be a solo effort for Twinzer, just in the way of the goal scoring. But how about the team plays that we're finally seeing from Amapiano? Cam and Nitro with these give and go plays, these passes that are linking up so smoothly. that to me is going to be the bread and butter for Amapiano. Can they continue to communicate as effectively as they did in Game 3?
Well, early up, they've got the first pressure off the kickoff. Kexi gonna put it high, floating in front. Cam can't quite get it, looking for the ground pinch. Nitro with the follow, and my word, Deathcloud are up against it with no boost. There was for a moment 12 boost between the entire team, but somehow T-Shell manages to squeeze it out.
Sometimes that's all you can do in situations like that. Buy your team a little extra time as you're getting your boost stolen as well. High pressure scenarios being caused maybe by both teams there. Nitro, I believe, bumped by his own teammate, and now Nitro alone to save this ball. It's Twinzer.
Yeah, Twinzer, well, yeah, we were just talking about him. And Cam got completely undone, and Nitro racing in. It might have been off a spawn, can't get there in time. Twinzer puts his team in front.
I still don't understand that play from Cam. I think he actually bumped Nitro, and then, as you said, got dusted by that play of Twinzer. It was a uncharacteristic flub that we see from Cam, who has been in these playoff scenarios too many times to count. It's a great start that Deathcloud were looking for on their bounce back.
They will want to go to Aquadome, all locked and ready to take the series in 5 if they can complete the win here, but so much time to go. And given how the series has gone, I would be shocked, Pyro, shocked if the game ended 1-0 here.
As would I. We've got some offensive demons on the court, but we've also got some very aggressive offenses. It was just the recent clear from Kexi that nearly reached the net again because there was no third man on defense for Deathcloud. I believe their net questionably vulnerable in some of these moments, so we'll see if they're dusted again there. That's a good stop made by Amapiano to survive, but they have to advance if they're going to tie this game up.
Yeah, I do think it's a solid strategy from Amapiano to let Deathcloud come forward. Obviously, you don't want to build. Oh, there's been a big demo in the net that might open something up. Tweaks looking for a pass and floats awkwardly in front. They can't make something of it. And if Amapiano can just absorb the pressure, be a little patient and look for the opening, because Deathcloud will present a counter opportunity. But these demos and pressure is just not allowing anything for Amapiano.
Oh, and the double commit as well. I mean, yeah, there's a difference between absorbing the pressure and just getting eliminated at every chance you possibly can, though there's the clear they needed. Tweaks unable to actually handle this to the sidewall as he's cut off, intercepted. Shot gets saved there by Twinzer, but it looks like Amapiano are unleashed. We're averaging maybe 4 cars at any time with all the demos on the field right now. It is a scrapyard on Utopia.
And Deathcloud do get it back over to Amapiano. Twinzer looking for a pass. T-Shell comes rushing in. It's still awkward. Kexi doesn't get all of that. It does allow Tweaks to bring it right back in. And Amapiano find themselves where it feels like they've been all day on Utopia, locked in front of their net. But look at this work from Cam. Can't get past T-Shell, last man.
Cam wanted to take that to the home plate, but unable to score a run for their team. So they'll have to run back on the recovery. Cam, the one with boost on this opportunity, sees a Nitro with no boost. He's doing his best to make something out of nothing here. And one touch on the ball will have to do. Kexi has been out of the play for a marathon's length of distance, but eventually able to get into the fold of the game. It has been 1-0 for a long time, Graybeard, a scoreline that you did not think this game would end up at.
Especially with that long period of persistent pressure from Deathcloud. But the game in the last 40 seconds or so seems to have leveled out a little bit. It's almost sort of fallen into a holding pattern where there's been no devastating pressure from either team on either side. But that suits Deathcloud. They don't need to do anything wild and crazy. Okay, speaking... Oh, the shot, the save, the rebound! Twinzer, goal number 7 for Deathcloud!
It is the tried and true method from Deathcloud. Unleash Tweaks or T-Shell to make a big play off the ceiling and just let Twinzer clean up. That is his 8th goal of the series. He is once again 2 for 3, as he was at the beginning of the series. And that goal may just seal their opportunity to be match point in the next game.
2 goals per game. That is wild. Nitro! I thought was going to get one of them. 20 seconds. Time running out for Amapiano. They are up against it. Massive, massive pressure. And you feel now, if this gets away from them, this has to go in. Nitro has to find a way. Cam, shoot, get it in. And a kickoff goal. There it is. We've seen Death Cloud are prone to late goals. And we might see drama in the final 7 seconds.
There is an active curse against Death Cloud in the last 40 seconds of a game. Surely they can hold the lead for one time in regulation. The ball goes straight to Kexi. He can make a play here. The reset is ungathered. He went for the flip reset, couldn't get it. And it has sent the death timer down to 0. Death Cloud go up to 3 in the series.
The good news for Amapiano is that they are not going to be required to best of 7 reverse sweep. By the fact that they won game 3, they're down to having to do a equivalent of a best of 5 reverse sweep, but not a position they want to be in. And effectively now, Death Cloud have reversed the series score that they suffered against Amapiano in the Swiss stage. They're 3-1 up against Amapiano. However, the work not done. And we've seen Pyro time and time again. It can be difficult for teams to close out and finish the job when it needs to be wrapped up.
We've seen it just about every single game so far in this series from Death Cloud. So in the scope, in the macro of the series, most certainly. But yeah, kudos to a team who have flipped the script. It gives us a little bit of leeway, I think, Graybeard, as the analysts of the scene, that, you know, a couple days ago, Amapiano 3-1 Death Cloud. Now here we are in a best of 7 with it reversed. These games are so tough to call, but that's what keeps our eyes glued to the screen to see what can happen. It's been many overtime wins. It's been many 0-second wins from Death Cloud. The margins are that slim for Amapiano to stay in this series and bring us all the way to Champions Field again. We don't send it to Aquadome. We send it to the new map for game number 5.
Ooh! Paris! Paris! We are in Paris for game number 5.
I actually, Salty Shallows, the Aquadome map, is my favorite map in the game, so I'm a little bit dismayed, but that's neither here nor there. We send it here to a game in which Death Cloud could get their top 6 debut, but they've got to earn it.
Yeah, well, there is that, and look, what I like with Death Cloud and where they are now, T-Shao and Tweaks have gotten some experience now. Twinzer is an old campaigner. And so then I think they will be over that sort of nervousness of seeing the finish line in sight and panicking. I think they're good enough now to see it out, which is not to say they will. They're still going to have to do the work, but it won't be because they got nervous of closing it out.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. This would be statement making for the youngsters on Death Cloud, is to shake away that inexperience and form it instead into that experience that they can rely on. Of course, as you said, they've got to earn it. So Tweaks is doing his best job of following this ball in the air. Zero Boost manages a second touch. T-Shao avoids the bump on the backboard. These players are vigilant as to any tricks Amapiano want to pull off.
Amapiano with an opportunity. It took a double commit there. Death Cloud do keep it out, but they're going to want to be cautious. Tweaks has gone diagonally across the field, right across to pick up a full boost. It might just work out because he has now stolen the Amapiano boost, and I was questioning that decision, but it might have turned into something quite clever and smart, and it is now Death Cloud on with possession and pressure.
Yeah, some moments in this game you realize it's less about the immediate moment and it's more like chess. These players are thinking a couple steps ahead. Tweaks foresaw a cherry-picked opportunity, and Nitro foresaw the path of that ball to the net. What a save made on low resources. situation we found Amapiano in many a time as Nitro removed after they grabbed that boost. Kexi just barely able to grab a touch. Cam sends it away, but they're not done. They're not quite out of the dangerous territory quite yet. That is until Nitro gives his life for the clear and the follow-up opportunity of Kexi.
This is like one of those goals that came out of nowhere. So Tweaks misses there. T-Shao not getting the read, but Kexi didn't make that mistake. He knew exactly what he was doing, and it is Amapiano in front.
It seems uncharacteristic, but at the same time, we've seen Deathcloud scored on so many times on these counterattacks. More often than not, the net's wide open. But in this case, the defenders were there. They just weren't able to get set. We're realizing that Deathcloud have a lot of strengths, but their weakness lies in that transition defense.
So now they're going to fight from behind, and I give them full credit to equalize here, or to score. Oh no, that's got to be another one. Amapiano, and it puts a cap on the point. I don't know if they can overcome a deficit if they go more than one behind. They haven't done it so far. Twinza with the save, Cam with the follow. Amapiano want to be done with Paris and move forward.
It's tough to say. Deathcloud had a 3-goal deficit and were able to score 2 in a row in the last couple minutes. So I think if they keep this to 2-0, they've got a fighting chance. And they nearly sent that storyline away. I'm surprised that ball did not go in. Maybe Cam can give them a new breath of life here. Tries to eat up the challenge, but the 50 gets ahead of him. Tall touch here, Nitro. Is that an attempted back pass? I'm not sure. The ball's still lofted in a position where they can score. Cam takes it off of the crossbar. Unable to get it under the bar and between the posts here. Amapiano, can they finally capitalize here? Yes, it's the Kexi.
All the pressure has been from Amapiano since the last goal. Almost, we've seen that from Deathcloud in previous games where they just in front of the opposition net constantly. Amapiano were there again and again and again, did not let up the pressure. And finally, the Deathcloud defenses broke. And they are now 3 goals behind. Make that 4 goals behind. Nitro gets the 4th.
You had a feeling it was coming. I had a feeling it was coming. And there it is. Nitro puts in the dagger. And at this point, you think, well, Deathcloud, you do have a timeout. Maybe you just don't use it. Maybe you use this final minute. Drop comms and just start to talk things over. Hey guys, this is something we need to fix. The counterattacks, we're getting dusted on it. These follow-up chances, we just can't manage. But looks like Tweaks is thinking about other things here. Almost solo played to the net. Windsor has T-Shao in the wing and he fakes the shot. The near goal, but it's wide.
Yeah, as we come into the final 50 seconds, Amapiano should have this game on lock. It looks like we will be going game 6. Excellent return games. They would have been bitterly disappointed going 3-1 behind. But what a way to respond. And it'll give them the momentum going into game 6.
Yeah, for what momentum is even worth. I feel like we flip-flopped so much in this series. But Cam, he enjoys the flipping. In fact, he earned another on that air dribble. Nearly had a flip reset goal to cap off their performance here. Game number 5. It is a touch out to the corner from T-Shao. Cam gets the centered ball. Nitro with a chance here. Gets his soft first touch into the next flip. Beats the first defender. It's Tweaks out to the corner. And the normalities will be terminated with the clock reaching to 0. Amapiano respond in the best way they possibly could have.
And that is a shutout, the first shutout of the series. Every team has scored in every game except for game 5 in Paris. And and as a consequence, Pyro, that has sent Twins' goal average off a cliff from 2 per game to something lower than that.
How dare you, Twinzer? Come on now. What are you doing out there? Yeah, 2 shots for him that game, 0 goals. Is absolutely true. What else is true is the fact that we have a timeout from Death Cloud. They do decide to call it here, and I don't mind it. Oftentimes, timeouts called just to slow down the momentum, saying, hey, listen, that last game got a little bit out of the bag. We've got to return to normalcy. There's the opportunity for Death Cloud to stop the crazy momentum that Amapiano have worked up.
Yeah, it makes sense sometimes just to, adrenaline can cloud judgment, cloud your vision, cloud your decision making, and taking that time out just gives you that extra minute to, like, okay, guys, let's take a breath, allow the excitement of the moment to dissipate and get locked in, because clearly they have a game plan, and when they're playing their game plan, it works exceptionally well, and they've got to get back to that. They've still got the 2-game advantage here. The Amapiano have to win this game. They have to win this game and the next one, whereas Death Cloud just have to win one of the next two. So they're in a better position, and they just need to appreciate that fact and get back to what they were doing back in games 1, 2, and 4.
They have to remind themselves as well, maybe, of what happened in the grand finals of our last event, which was that the Pioneers, I believe, were down in the series 1-3 and made quite the statement comeback. Games 5, 6, and 7 won by then. So, if Amapiano want to take inspiration from anything, it might just be the Pioneers and the comeback that they performed, the top of the tiers here for SSA. So, giving themselves that chance, continuing to have these explosive counterattacks, linking up on those passes between Cam and Nitro, and as well, diffusing Twinzer's effort. Like you said, that was the first time that we saw, well, in a while, Twinzer not scoring a goal. That has to continue to be the case if they're going to stop Death Cloud Esports.
And conversely, for Death Cloud, once again, make sure Twinzer gets the ball. If he gets the ball, your chances are pretty good. But here we are, Neo Tokyo, the field of broken dreams. Neo Tokyo, Amapiano looking to force things past this field onto Champions Field. Death Cloud would love to leave Tokyo and prepare for Championship Sunday.
We'll see how it all goes down. Death Cloud like their early leads when they take the win, even if it does go all the way to overtime. But if momentum is on the side of any team, it's going to be the case otherwise. Amapiano will be the first to strike, and they've got the first chance at least. Twinzer sets himself up, centered with the net, making the save. That long clear will not produce a shot. Not quite yet for Death Cloud. They're at the races here towards the net nearly going in.
Yeah, that would have been that. We've seen that a few times with Death Cloud. Luckily, that time the shot past the play was not on target.
And oftentimes it has been, and oftentimes that is how Amapiano have scored. This time, not the case. Boost stolen from Kexi at a long ball that is double committed by both Cam and Nitro. They've got to get on the same page here with this defense. It can crumble quickly with the kind of shots that Twinzer put up. I saw contact there from Nitro. He's trying to get the stylish redirect. Just didn't have the momentum with contact. Kexi trying to keep the possession alive, but Cam just can't get the touch necessary to do so. It's back towards Amapiano's half.
And fairly even play here. We're coming up to 2 minutes with no goal. Cam trying to do something out of the corner. Kexi with a weak shot forward is going to present a 2v1 situation for Death Cloud briefly. Cam, though, will do what he has to do in the midfield. Tweaks is going to have a shot and redirects it into the corner.
And that's the sacrifice sometimes you have to take from trying to get these explosive redirect plays. Tweaks always going for these snappy shots. But unfortunately for him, it went wayward. Tweaks almost getting another chance there, but he's bullied out of the play, much like Nitro bullies his way into that one. Demolition on the case. Twinzer with some space. Can he find a teammate? Certainly he can, but the shot misses. Unfortunately for Death Cloud, they have not been able to find the net.
We've had a full half of the game without a goal being scored. In the context of this series, it's a drought of goals. It seems like a lifetime since we had the last opportunity, maybe for Amapiano. Cam gonna get it toward the middle of the net, but cleared out. and nothing exceptionally threatening from either team just yet.
Well, there's only one desire stronger than being the first to score, and it's not being the first to be scored on. Each team wants to defuse any chance that could be percolating from the other to reach their net. This could be a big one. Tweaks has the redirect opportunity, gets it on target, but it's just too soft of a touch. Where Tweaks is normally explosive, just hasn't found the firepower needed to score. That one certainly his closest.
And the problem with a game of this nature is that the more time goes with no goal, the more nervous the teams get. Because the closer it gets to 0, the more you realize that, the next goal is quite likely to be the winning goal. And the desperation not to be conceded, or not to be the team that concedes, gets higher and higher. And we're coming up to the final minute of this game, so tensions will be running high.
One bump. One clear, one flip reset could be the difference maker. Cam, look at all the space you've got, and it's a flick. It just needed more sauce to it. The venom completely gone from a solo play that could have been great. Cam instead does it on defense. He's lost his teammate in Kexi, so he just get the long clear. Nitro in hot pursuit of the ball, but it's kicked up for T-Shao to play as he permits. Touch pass one, Cam with space, but again, the ball gets away from him. It's a dangerous clear to make, but with Cam giving that ball away, Deathcloud with the chance to set up on defense, and a bullet from Nitro finds its way in.
Yeah, the more this was going on, Pyro, the more I was getting Game 7 vibes, and Nitro gets his 3rd of the series. And I mean, it always feels out of the blue when it sort of comes that way after so long in the game. But man, oh man, Amapiano, you mentioned it. The reverse from 3-1. Amapiano looking for it.
Oh no.
So now nervy times here for Deathcloud Esport. And if Amapiano can score here, that'll put the kibosh on it. 11 seconds to go for Deathcloud. I don't know if they have it in them. We know they can concede late goals. I'm not sure they can score them.
I think they saved their own shot tragically, and that will be the final play made. Amapiano have done it. They've brought this deficit of 1-3 in the series all the way to a Game 7. Graybeard, I'll tell you what, if you're just a fan of SSA RLCS, you are getting treated today.
Yeah, I mean, if you just paid for 2 series, you're getting your absolute money's worth here with 2 Game 7s. The only thing we were missing in that first series was the overtime in Game 7, and maybe we shall be blessed with that in this series. But all credit to Amapiano taking 2 in a row to get to Game 7, and now you feel that the Deathcloud are the team that are behind. Of course, they go into Game 7 level playing field, but you feel like it's slight advantage now, Amapiano.
Think about it this way as well, Deathcloud, you haven't scored a goal in over 10 minutes of game time. That is tough to bounce your way back from. I think they need to come out in this Game 7 swinging, hold nothing back. They're playing to the end of days, but for most of the games, in the last 30 to 40 seconds, they've conceded a goal. They can't have this game go 0-0 to the final minute. That's not how this works out for them. Amapiano are clinical in that scenario. When we get to Champions Field, when that timer starts at 5 minutes, Deathcloud have to fight.
Leave nothing for the swim back. Put it all out on the field and figure out the rest later. Early opportunity for Twigs. Kexi having none of it.
Oh, but T-Shao, he'll have some of it there from the corner, nearly teed up his teammate. Tweaks the demolition. This is the kind of firepower that I was looking for from Deathcloud. It's not going to earn them the win, but it's going to tell Amapiano that we are here to play. And neither one of those shots hitting the target again. So tough for Deathcloud when they get the chances, but just can't score.
And it's one of those moments that make me concerned. It's one of those moments you can look back on if you lose and go, man, if only. They've got to take those opportunities. And if you recall back in Game 2, I was talking about Amapiano not taking opportunities. Oh my word, Nitro, come coming to the party. Goal number 4 for the series, and it's a banger.
You can't give him space on the backboard like that, Tisha. You gotta make contact, or else you're gonna get put on a poster. Obliteration from Nitro.
Oh man, now it really is advantage Amapiano, and Death Cloud having to overcome a lot. Suddenly they had a little incline to climb. Now it's a hill, and they need to not turn it into a mountain. They have got to level this thing up as soon as possible. And to your point, Pyro, they need to be swinging. They haven't come out swinging. They've come out defending, and it's not enough.
They swung on the first pitch of the count, and since then they've been watching each ball go by. You just can't wait for the 3-2. It's got to come now. Here comes Twinzer. Downward. Tweaks went for the bump, but Cam evades it. It's not enough. The 2v1. Too much to handle for Amapiano.
Well, it's not a goal that anybody on Death Cloud is going to clip, but it's a goal they will grab with both hands and say, yes, yes, yes. They've leveled it up on Champions Field. Still anybody's game.
Every goal worth 1 point on that scoreboard. It's a tally. And it's going to earn them another chance back into this game. They've scored after one Greybeard, maybe 11 and a half minutes at least of game time. Could it be the breaking of the dam?
Well, here they go. Tweaks high in the air is going to be looking for a teammate. He does find Tisha waiting. Takes it to the corner. A little bit awkward, but Kexi's going to make sure any immediate danger is nullified.
Twins are out and away towards the corner. Attempts the pinch play, but it's actually Cam right in front of that ball. Expected that hard touch. And it's that vision from Cam in these veteran moments that may just put Amapiano in the best position possible to take away this ball and turn it into scoring opportunities. They've got to move out of their own half to do that, though. Kexi out of boost, out of opportunity on that ball. It's completely whiffed by Death Cloud, allowing a turnover of possession.
Yeah, that was a huge miss there. Nitro's going to have a crack. Twinzer gets in front of it. He may be able to get a no. Kexi gets there, but does give his life for the clear. And as long as Death Cloud, they look more and more fragile the longer they're in front of their net. They're looking much more comfortable when they're doing this, when they're on the other side. And there we see it. They've overcome the deficit. Twinzer with goal number 10 puts Death Cloud in front.
What a follow-up. This has been the bread and butter for Death Cloud all along. It is get that ball off the backboard, off the post, off the crossbar. It doesn't matter. Twinzer will read it and follow up with a goal. Nearly every goal that he's gotten, which is nearly double digits, has been off the backboard. Twinzer, I'm applauding your offense right now. I didn't realize we needed to have a focus on your defense. What happened here?
Oh man, that was, you know what, sort of living the glory days, replaying that goal in your mind, the go-ahead goal, and they hadn't fully reset, and Amapiano pouncing to level the series once more.
It's like when you do the character selection bar and you put all your points on the offense and forget to leave any on defense. But it's okay. You've got 100 seconds to make do here, Death Cloud. You earned top 6 last event from a forfeit. Somehow, this time, you've got to earn it yourselves, and you can do it with saves like that. Tweaks, the savior.
1 minute, 20 seconds. 80 seconds remain. We are still locked. 3 games all, 2 games all, everything to play for. This for top 6. You will be back on Championship Sunday to play if you can win this here. Opportunity for Death Cloud. A little bit awkward for Amapiano. It is going to the corner now, though, which might buy them some time. Twinzer sends a Hail Mary toward the net. The pass, though, may be more effective, but Cam now going to take it all the way out himself and try and build pressure over on the other side from Amapiano. It's in! I don't know how, but it's in!
It comes off the back of a Death Cloud player, I believe, Tweaks, plummeting to the ground in the wrong position. It has been a devastating and tragic effort from the defense of Death Cloud, and they need their offense to come alive to save them now.
We talked about the job being closed out. When Death Cloud were 3-1, we said, work's not done. You got to close this out now. They haven't. They've taken it all the way to the end. They are now 30 seconds away from undoing all of their great work early in the series. Opportunity. They've got to find a way through. It's floating high and awkward in front of the net. It's been pushed over. Nitro. Long distance. Does he get the double tap? He does, but it's wide. Death Cloud get a reprieve.
In what world does Nitro not knock that into the net? He misses again! A chance still here for Death Cloud. T-Shao has to handle the ball. Here he has an opportunity off the sidewall, but he just can't handle the ball. He's flipping it around like a fish. It's Twinzer to find Tweaks, but it's two players from Mama Piano to send it away. T-Shao full boost, but it's hit to the ground by Nitro. He couldn't score when needed, but he could put it to the ground. The comeback from Mama Piano to survive in the playoffs.
Oh, my word. What a turnaround from Amapiano, because at 3-1 and the way Death Cloud were playing, I thought they had it unlocked. I was surprised they didn't take it 4-1. I was surprised they didn't take it 5-1. I am surprised now that they haven't completed the work. But Amapiano, what's effectively a pickup roster, find themselves in the top 6. A first time for Nitro.
Yeah, they have put this magic together in Nitro, whether it's on Reverse Oreo with Zyro or some other combination of a team with Zyro. He gets a chance here to team with Cam and Kexi and made that moment count. What a game, what a series, what a perseverant effort from Amapiano to turn this around in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, all credit to them, because but you know, if you go over the stats of Rocket League, I mean, you could take 100 best of sevens that are 3-1 going into game 5, and I'd love to see the percentage of times the 3-1 team win, but it's got to be in the high 60s, 70s. So they have done a hard job to effectively best of 5 reverse sweep, but they move forward to the top 6. Death Cloud, who are top 6 in the last Open, they will be frustrated. They will know they sort of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there. But they will go and figure it out. They are still a young team. They are going places, and I fully expect to see them back in top 8.
My, oh my, what a match. And you know what, Romeo? You had your perfect prediction, but this time around, sit down. It is Pyro and I that come through with the perfect prediction. I'll be honest, I wasn't coming in today thinking I'd get even a single one. And guys, I feel like I need to be perfectly honest with everyone here today. And I know you'll keep my secret, right? All of you. I picked Amapiano because I felt bad that no one else was. There was no insight. There was no grand scheme, but it did, in fact, play out in my favor, Bromeo. So, you know,
Before Bromeo goes, Sam, I've got to just tell you, it worked out for you today. Take it from me. Following your heart is a route to disappointment. Just know that.
That's fair. Head versus heart. Usually the head comes out on top, but every once in a while when you wish upon a star, your heart does come out on top. Yeah, Romeo, you were in the green room with me. We had a lot of comments about this matchup. It was looking very spicy, but Amapiano's resilience, that cannot be discounted.
No, it can't be at all. I cannot even lie to you right now. I am devastated. I am upset because for the most part, I was like, easy points. Give me the money. Give me the money. And then they chucked. They chucked it. It was 3-1. That they just needed to win one more game and it would be done. And unfortunately for me and everybody else who bet their stakes on it, that was not to be. And it came through the result of, I'm not sure what that resurgence was. It came out of nowhere. They even took a Death Cloud timeout to assure themselves, to level the playing fields, to say, hey boys, we just need to knuckle it down. They got the overtime buff, the timeout buff applied, and then still didn't come away with it. So I am shook, guys. I might step down now.
Shocked.
The thing is, the thing is though, they took that timeout, but then Rhino, they were subject to the dreaded own goal.
Oh, that was a rough one to watch.
It's rough to watch, but it's also it is rough. Sorry.
It is rough. Listen, we were watching it in the green room, and there's one thing that we were looking at, and as Tweaks is coming down from the heavens towards the ball, you're thinking, right, does he actually have a way to get out of this? He had a full tank of boost. He had a full tank of boost to be able to get away from that situation, save yourself on the sidewall or backboard, and try and play off the back of that. It's a really tough one, but at the end of the day, the fact that we were at one point discussing my prediction being true, which, by the way, I predicted Deathcloud to win 4-1, and that looked like it actually was going to come in at one point until Amapiano just turned the thing around. And hey, the final game is the most difficult to get in Rocket League, and that was proven today.
All right, well, as I understand it, we do have our interview ready. So thank you, panel. We'll jump back to you in a little bit. But for now, let's get Kexi on the line and get a little bit of insight into this. And first of all, congratulations, of course. But my first question is relating to what Rhino was just talking about. Things were looking dire at the start of the series, but that comeback went hard. What was the pep talk like before you guys managed to bring that together?
There wasn't one, low-key. We didn't even say anything. We didn't take time out. The first two games were a throw from me, to be honest. I was playing awful. And then once we got the first win on the board, I felt fine. And then we went 3-1 down. Nitro wanted to take time out. I said, no, we're fine. Let's just play. So we just played and just carried on what we were doing.
This is the first top 6 for Nitro. And is it? And I wasn't sure about you or not.
Yeah. This is my first top 6.
Is okay. Well, shout out to you both for making your first top 6, and shout out to Cam, the old veteran, for shepherding the two of you into your first top 6. Now, I mean, you're effectively a pickup roster. So when did Amapiano become a thing, and how are you clicking?
Yeah, it's a crazy story. 3 days before RLCS, I was meant to play with Oni and Willen. We literally signed up and everything, and then Cam messaged me and said, "Yo, do you want to try with me in Nitro?" And I thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. And we were very good in scrims, so I did take the chance to team with them, and luckily it's paid off. I don't think Oni and Willen didn't even make top 8, so it seems to have paid off.
And are you? I mean, is this is obviously the results always help, but is this a roster that you're going to take forward into Open number 3 and maybe try and do great things with, or is it a kind of let's see how it goes?
No, I think we were doing Open 3. I haven't even asked them, but we should be doing Open 3, to be honest. I hope so.
All right. Well, undecided, but early signs are good. And how far can you take this? I think you're likely to play
the next game's
the loser of Pioneers and Bro Crocros. So let's assume it's the Bro Crocros. How do you feel about that matchup?
I mean, obviously we have a chance, but they're a great team. We struggle against them every time we play them. They're solid. They're a very good team. Jeff and the boys are a great team. So it's not going to be easy at all. But we'll give it our best shot, as always.
But you guys have shown an immense amount of confidence, and not just in general, but also having spoken to you about the comeback and how it was just kind of you guys just kind of pulling yourselves towards yourselves individually and managing to bring it together. So what has prep looked like coming into this weekend, and is there more prep to be expected, or are you doing this a little bit more on your own individual skill as opposed to trying to think about ways to outplay the opponents beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, the first games that we were losing, it was just on us, especially me individually, just not playing up to the standard that we know we can. And then once Nitro misses about 6 or 7 open nets, we just know that we can win that game. We can win the series.
Okay, fair enough. And I do one last quick question because it has been a talking point. The team name. How did you come upon that one?
Well, I saw Greybeard's theory and a bit far fetched.
That was great.
Yo, that one was crazy. No, Nitro had nothing to do with it. He was showing me that genre of music, and he didn't realize that I already knew about it. And then I thought, you know what, I'll just make it the team name because I couldn't think of anything. Guns was going to name our team actually Shout Out Guns, but we couldn't get the contract signed in time.
I'm sticking to my theory though.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Definitely
All right, well, congratulations again on the win, and we will see you tomorrow for your next game.
Can I just give a shout out to Sykes, my boy?
Yes, absolutely.
For WRG. That's the GOAT right there. It's so good seeing him in top 6. Crazy run. And I hope he goes all the way. If he scores against 5 Fears, the roof's coming off my house, bro. And also Devour. that boy's my GOAT. Well done on the top 6, Devour.
Wholesome. Thank you so much, man.
Right.
Congratulations again,
No
and
problem.
see you in your next game.
Thank you very much.
Shot
Thank
Kexi.
you.
Very sweet. Love to see that. Love to see the confidence. But there is a point where confidence and maybe hubris meet. There's a line there, Bromeo. Where do you think that line lies for Amapiano?
I feel like in this game, hubris, confidence is everything. And the more confidence you have, the better you do. Because right now, things are happening I can't explain. He's talking about WRG making it all the way to top 6 when they weren't even in top 8 the last time. So, honestly, if confidence is it, give it to me. Give it to me, all of it.
Confidence is king, absolutely. All right, well, why don't we, first and foremost, I just want to remind everyone about the Driver of the Day vote. Please, acgl.gg/vote. We've got 2 games under our belts. We still have another 2 to go, so don't blow your vote just yet if you want to see the next couple of games. But if you're convinced that you know who should be taking it, then go ahead and check that out while we check out the schedule, because of course, at the end of that game, there is a bit of an update. We unfortunately have said goodbye to yet another team. And Rhino, it's Death Cloud that we've said goodbye to in round 1 of the playoffs.
Devastating news. Death Cloud are a phenomenal roster, phenomenal organization. They've been big supporters of the SSA region for a long time. And I love that team. And I think a lot of people in the region do as well. So unfortunately, they are leaving us. But they're the last team to leave us, so that's fine. You know, we don't have to say goodbye to anybody else today. All of that is for tomorrow, so that's all.
A little bit of a stay of execution for some of our teams, but the stakes are still incredibly high, particularly I feel for our next game, because well, it's been a bit of a surprise coming into this, and looking forward to seeing, you know, how that's going to change up. So why don't we dive straight into our very next matchup coming through? White Rabbit Gaming versus 5 Fears. I think that this might be one of the most hotly anticipated games of the weekend, if not the day, purely because of the upset. So, Twitch chat, we're about to give you our opinions. Why don't you hit us with yours, get that Twitch chat vote going, and let us know who you think is going to come out on top of this one. And Greybeard, I'm going to throw this one to you first, because obviously WRG came through as quite the dark horse here, but it's 5 Fears. What are we thinking are the real hope for WRG? Do they have one?
So I keep thinking about Machtfischer's comment. We have a Discord group for all the talent. And last night, after they made top 6, his comment was, WRG in top 6? What year is this? 2022? And it really does feel like that, because White Rabbit Gaming would be fortunate to make top 8. They made top 6 undefeated. It was crazy. So maybe this is their time. Maybe they're here to do wild and crazy things. Casper has been here from he's played every series of Rocket League since we were included back in 2021. Banana Cat is a VS high school champion. So maybe this is their time with the mix of the European 6 in there as well. Who knows?
Now, Bromeo, you're our stats guy, and I'm sure that a lot of people want to know more about WRG. 5 years, we know him. Pff, that's old hat. Who are we looking out for in WRG? Who could potentially be the linchpin to maybe mount a second upset this season?
Man, that's so tough because you've got Wee Casper who's been playing, in this White Rabbit Gaming side for the longest. And then there's been a rotational. Banana Cat has been a bit of a revelation when it came into this team. And I feel like he's been playing so well with Wee Casper. And, we're talking about like, what is this, 2022? Is this... But the last time they placed top 6 was around 2023, I think. And that's saying something, and it puts a little bit of importance behind this result. Like, you don't just land in top 6. And we like to say maybe they had an easier run. I think there's no mistake in getting to top 6. Congratulations to them. But now you're up against the teams who are always in top 6. And this is where, we talk about character building, we talk about testing your mettle. This is where we'll find out these answers on how much do they deserve to be here. So we're not gonna ask the question, how did they end up here? They are here. They are in the top 6. But now we're gonna see them up against the best. And I think that is the test.
All right, well, we're going to have to do rapid fire predictions, folks, so you don't get to give me reasons. You just have to tell me who. So starting with you, Rhino, just to throw a spanner in the works and to upset Reggie, who do you think is going to be taking this match?
Yeah, no surprises here, no upsets. I think it's give me 5 fears.
All right,
Oh, Bromeo. Okay, go Bromeo.
Oh, sorry, I meant Gradient. Sorry,
I'm so tempted to lose my mind. I was tempted to lose my mind. I won't. 5 fears.
All right. Now, Bromeo, yes, you.
It'll be an upset if they don't. 5 fears to take it. Easy.
All right, well, I like the upsets, I must be honest, but this time I've got to go with logic, and it will also be 5 fears. That being said, Twitch chat thinks it's going to be White Rabbit, and they were correct in the previous game, so maybe they'll be right again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time. Get hyped as we enter into the hype chamber. Game number 3, a swift 4-0 or another 7-map slogfest. Casters, you tell me.
Listen, there's one team that hasn't lost a single game all event. And that's 5 Fears. Undefeated, accolades beyond measure, a favorite to make the championship match tomorrow. And White Rabbit Gaming is here too. But fear not, okay? Wee Casper has already done away with Synthesis in a sweep. They're ready to make waves here in the upper bracket of playoffs. Moxfish, let's get to it.
Yeah, I feel like there's making waves, but the wave that would be needed here is more like a tsunami that has been needing for WRG. I mean, let's not joke about it. It's great to have a name that is so ingrained in the SSA community back at a very high level, but also it feels weird. I said it yesterday, and Graybit just picked it on what happened. Is this 2023? Well, it might as well be with Wee Casper back in the top 6 and Banana Cat in 6. They've made 2 main events before. They've never even made top 8, and now they're straight into top 6. So they are the most underdog of all the underdogs that have ever underdogged.
Yes, they certainly are. This is a favorite on one side, like you said, the underdog on the other. And if you're a little confused by the scoreboard, we'll get that situated shortly. It is 5 Fears on the blue. It is indeed White Rabbit Gaming in orange. And wow, it's 5 Fears unable to score their first goal, Mockfish, but they're coming ever so much closer to it.
At the moment, it feels a bit like them playing with their food, although I don't really know if Snowy is known for that. I don't know if Snowy does actually have mercy on his opponents, ever. So I feel like that's about to change, and Guns goes through the skies. Guns! All the way across field. The car might look clownish. The man very much is not.
Little Arsenal reset with the Musty. You know, you can't go wrong with it. Kind of a beaut. And that's one way to get things started. You've got the dichotomy of Snowy and Guns on this roster. You mentioned Snowy. He's not one to play around. Now, Guns, if he can get a triple reset in this game, he will certainly try.
Oh, if not quadruple. It's guns after all. But the main thing is that it's sort of a question, this one. Does WRG get a chance? Is 5 years allowing WRG to get a chance in this game? And I've got a feeling that if WRG's defense is on point, then the loosey-goosiness with which 5 years is evidently playing in these first 2 minutes, it could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, it's a scenario that we certainly expected, that 5 Fears are going to, instead of direct the ball to the net, go for that sidewall, as Guns did. They'll take a more horizontal or elevated approach rather than the direct journey to the net. But will those gaps really be exposed for White Rabbit Gaming? They would have to take them by surprise. I did watch White Rabbit Gaming's match against Synthesis in that upset of a win, and Casper proved out to be a big factor in that game, throwing out some fake plays, just trying to shake things up where he could.
And shaking things up is what White Rabbit Gaming is going to try, but WRG is currently probably doing better than a lot of people expected, including myself. It's just 1-0. But they haven't seen a lot of the blue side now, have they? Tekos trying for the 50-50 through. Banana Cat able now to, well, not get it into midfield. Guns is actually in his face. But maybe here a counter-attacking opportunity. Casper, just turn! Just turn, mate! What are you doing? The one good chance they would get is wasted. Banana Cat shot high as well.
Okay, all right. Simmer down, boys. You're gonna get your chance and you're gonna need to take it. Oh, Banana Cat able to bail out the team and maybe get a goal here. A light tap towards the bar. It was awkward for Casper. He didn't have boost. For Banana Cat, yeah, that shot was sent to the sky. It's a matter of whether this team is gonna get another chance like that.
That was a prime opportunity. That's an opportunity that you cannot allow to go wasted. If you're WRG, you will not get many. Tekos has to stretch, actually. WRG is making the ever so chillaxed the 5 years pay a bit for them, for their not taking them seriously. Casper actually ends up faking Tekos somehow. But again,
I told you.
It's not that it's not necessarily dangerous, but it seems still to be fairly well controlled by 5 years.
Casper is fully ready to act as confidently as he can, as he should. He's got the resume so far in this event. Undefeated in that GSL stage. They don't remember what it's like to lose a game, but they may be reminded oh so sorely if in the next 20 seconds they can't score. Guns missing the double tap. It goes out to 6, but that throwaway may cost them. Tekos has full possession of this ball. High Lob actually relieves it as Banana Cat sends it downward over to a teammate and back towards their net. That's going to be a 5 Fears win for game 1.
Banana Cat in 6, they try as they might. There is a Snowy in the way, and that's just going to trickle in. Of course, WRG trying to find the magical equalizer. And it's not yet come to pass. So 5 Fears, they might have had to battle a bit more than they expected, but they come up with the result that in the end they wanted.
I mean, we go about this match a little bit more relaxed. You can hear it in our voice, in our cadence. You heard it from Kexi. He said the roof's going to go off, right? If I believe it was 6 does get a goal in this series. And so the expectations, it's lower for White Rabbit Gaming. The bar is low. I even heard it from the players, I think, in Greybeard's chat after they qualified for top 6. They're like, yeah, it's chalked in the upper bracket, but hey, we're going to give it a go. We're going to have fun. And so far in game 1, I'm particularly impressed. I think we've seen plenty of examples where game or teams get stampeded by the mechanical efforts of 5 Fears. White Rabbit Gaming are holding their own.
Yeah, they are. They like defensively, this is sound as far as as far as defending the mechanical shenanigans from 5 Fears is. But also, I feel like 5 Fears is so confident in themselves that they are just at least a level above, that they are trying to go for these more stylistic plays. Let's say the more artistic plays. So they are not necessarily in full competition mode either. So it's overall a very weird sort of dynamic that gets introduced into the series where 5 years know they can, if they need to, they can probably go up 1 or 2 or 3 years. But also they don't want to 7-0 probably every game.
Yeah, that balancing act will proceed into game number 2, Forbidden Temple. 5 Fears on their way to another maybe shutout win, but that's much too early to call. And Casper has gotten his couple of chances to score. Will he get a chance to save this ball? Not so. Tekaz will strike first.
Again, another 1v3, and Casper, he is sprinting back. He's taking the most efficient line he could. But still, Tekos too quickly able to turn that counter-attack around, and with that, it is 5 Fears for the first goal. Banana Cat intercepting the potential peak play after the fake kickoff, and WRG, again, they're playing with the mindset of a team that has nothing to lose, so they're just jumping in there. They're fearless. They're showing no signs of not feeling confident enough here to actually take the fight to 5 Fears.
If you hold back in a match like this, you're going to face the uppercut and the knockout blow each and every time. So even a glimpse of a chance has to be taken as much as you can. Source as much value out of each touch on the ball as you can, and every save that you can muster up as well. That's a good block there in 6 with a chance to get that goal in. It's saved barely by Guns off the bar.
Someone check on Kexi. There might be a very loud scream that has emanated from his throat. And now it has subsided as Snowy puts in the second for 5 Fears. Tekos across. Casper tries to get into the other corner. And it's Snowy positioned perfectly.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that redirect or that pinch from Casper actually undone the defense as Banana Cat was positioned there on the goal line. It's a tough one to call, as are many of these kickoffs. I did the team stream for 5 Fears during that GSL stage, and one thing stuck out more than anything else. I'll postpone that comment. White Rabbit Gaming are on the board.
Thanks to Tekos, I believe are in order. Banana Cat, just putting it into a position of danger, and Tekos like, you know what, mate? I'll just do the rest. 1 goal for WRG. Unfortunately, they're trailing by another. They have to be careful and have to, well, find his second goal. Maybe he can do it here. Maybe that 1 goal will instill some more confidence into them. You can do it once, you can do it again.
Like this pre-jump from Casper saying, okay, Guns, I see you on your air dribble, and I'm going to meet you exactly there. You want to play vertically? We can do that. 6 still has a chance to do the same up near the ceiling. And Banana Cat is the first to challenge Guns. So it's all about diffusing the otherwise explosive effort that Guns can pull off on these aerial pursuits. A pretty good job of it, and they're also being graced by the shots being placed just a little high out of 5 Fears.
5 Fears, though, still pressing. They want their 1 insurance goal. As right now, the defense from WRG is not budging a single millimeter. And 5 Fears having to work a bit harder for their goals. Snowy down in the midfield, trying to take control, leaving it up for Guns. First touch is a little bit heavy. Hits him down. He can still wrap around to it and nearly gets it through.
It's a great read from Snowy. Puts that low to the first defender. Almost took it above the second. Still 5 Fears to move across. You can tell the boost situation is not helping White Rabbit Gaming right now. It lent itself to an open look, but once again, 5 Fears have struck the crossbar. How about 6 reading that pursuit from Tekos? It has left White Rabbit Gaming back in the driver's seat for this offensive attack. Casper fakes the challenge, but has to go all the way back because Guns is wasting no time on this pursuit to the net. Off the backboard, and Snowy has a chance here. Reset double in action, but Banana Cat cuts it away.
Still, though, only 1 goal, and as I say that, there's not a save coming through, so Guns will get the second here for 5 Fierce. Just a simple shot on target. Tekos is there to distract the defense, and wee Casper, try as he might, ever so closely, does not make contact.
Maybe everyone expected Guns to go for that slow solo play, but sometimes in Rocket League you're reminded that the best chance to score is just that power shot that's well placed, and Guns has all the capabilities to do just that.
Guns was like, oh no, we've overcomplicated things enough. Like, let me just take a good shot on net, and well, there's another one. Bump play coming out from Guns again onto 6. Who's like, I can give a catch. No, you can't. Tekos is there to profit. And with that, I think that's the nail in the coffin of game 2.
Certainly feels like that's the case, though. This is time for White Rabbit Gaming to, workshop some chances. And I love that little bounce touch from Wee Casper, finding Banana Cat for the attempted shot. He takes it high. But the backboard defense well prepared for 5 Fears. Tekos has a lovely ascent with the ball, forcing the 50-50. Guns pitches it all the way across. 5 Fears unwilling to give up this driver's seat, producing more and more chances to score, even in the late hours of game 2.
They want that 5th. They are, of course, inconsolable after conceding 1 goal. Tekos, that's a beautiful catch, but again, it's the familiar ding of the woodwork that does not distract Snowy. He puts in a 5th goal, but nearly Tekos. That was true. That would have been truly special.
Yeah, I think it was still. I mean, just to pick up a reset off of that awkward angle enough is something to remind us what 5 Fears are truly capable of. And this was the point I wanted to make earlier. The kickoff tactics from 5 Fears are numerous. It's not just that, hey, I'm going to fake the ball and give it to my 3rd man. It is, hey, I have a chance to bot kickoff this double look here. Yeah, I'm going to go for that and then score afterwards. They're very effective on the kickoff, as you might just see on this play as well. Oh, very close as Guns.
Guns close, and then in the end, he gets the bum for the Brazil. 7-1 in favor of 5 Fears. But coming back to your kickoff point, Pyro, it would be weird if 5 Fears only did this to like people in GSL top 16 where they know they're just better, or right here against WG where they're very confident they're just better. But no, they do that even against the Pioneers. It's just a integral style of how 5 Fears, want to approach the game. They take the one set piece that Rocket League offers, and they take it very seriously.
Ooh, okay, that is going to be 7-1. Yeah, I think it's an interesting point because 5 Fears are one of the very few teams, if the only, that make it part of their gameplay. A lot of teams say, okay, we have 1 or 2 like crazy strategies on the kickoffs that we're only going to unveil when the moment calls for it. 5 Fears are like, I don't know what you guys are waiting for. We're going to make you guess every single time there is a reset of gameplay. And, I love that about a team, bringing the wild card factor to sometimes a game of Rocket League where sticking it out and waiting for that mistake from your opponents is often called the best strategy.
Yeah, but these mistakes, they are coming from WRG. 5 Fears able to find ways through as WRG is taking a sweet little timeout after being battered in the end 7-1 here in that game 2. I mean, normally I would sit here and argue about it and be like, yeah, okay, this is the correct time to take a timeout. You've just lost twice on the trot. The second one has been significantly worse than the first one. But realistically here, Pyro, what can WRG hope to achieve from this timeout?
I think that the goal deficit definitely calls for the timeout. Any streak of momentum has to be stalled out just by a pause in the game. And as well, it is that time to assess how exactly you're being broken down. If they weren't keen to these kickoff plays that 5 Fears love to develop, okay, let's discuss very briefly how we're going to approach these different kickoff scenarios. That does take time. There are many different set pieces and plays that you can execute on that. That, or on the other hand, they're just taking some time to wait it out, to simmer down and bring it. There's definitely different strategies when it comes to these teams. I remember talking to Declan and hearing that they really didn't scrim much between opens 1 and 2 because of the holidays, right? Some teams take a laid back approach to the time given between games or even events, but it comes down to what White Rabbit Gaming have agreed upon and what they can do as we get into game number 3.
And let's see what they've talked about as Guns quickly entered Twitch chat during the timeout. So I feel like the vibes with 5 Fears, they are doing great. They kick off coming out now from WRG. Alas, not successful this time around. Snowy now into the air over Banana Cat. Can he get find the bump on Sixes? No, he cannot. It stays 0-0.
Well, that would have been lovely had Snowy been able to manage that flip reset air dribble, then the bump as a cherry on top, but it just won't occur. I am keeping an eye out for Tekaz in particular in this game. In that game number 2, he had 5 assists, which just proves that he's the playmaker. But I guess he'll take a goal from time to time as well.
I think you had 100% goal participation. If I remember correctly, he had 2 goals as well, plus the own goal. So, in actual fact, it was 8, and he's not going to stop with that goal participation. It's a rather chill drive through the center that is resulting in the 1-0 lead here for 5 Fears as Casper gets a good touch out of defense, but Tekos was more than ready to deal with it. Snowy's shot will take not a lot of effort from Banana Cat. Find a save now. Casper, can he get it 1 over? Guns and Snowy, no, not this time. Of course, Casper, one of the few players in SSA history to actually take a regional win away from Snowy in the pre-open region era.
Maybe. I like the positioning from White Rabbit Gaming, though, here. I mean, they're not letting up whatsoever. They got a shot at this blue end of the field, and they're sending the house. 6, unfortunately, unable to get a touch there. Guns, shot on target. Casper able to take it away for the moment, but what a tap from Tekon setting up Snowy. The demo's there. The save from Banana Cat from his own net relieves the pressure, only for the blink of an eye. That demo is going to seal the deal.
And Snowy wants to stats pad Tekos' assist score a bit by very gracefully and very kindly taking the goal away from his teammate and saying, no, Tekos, your assist stats, once we get to Boston, that is, of course, the goal here, let's not forget, for 5 Fears, is going to read ridiculous numbers. So thank you for that, Snowy, and let's see whether or not it will pay off.
We will see. 2 minutes down, 2 goals in, and 6 wants to add a tally to the orange side. It's Banana Cat. To tap from the corner, tries to read the approach from Tekaz, but Tekaz able to get it wide, right, and around, and look at this off of 0 boost. Gets past 1, gets past 2. 50-50s, glorious as can be. And it's buying time for Guns and Snowy to do whatever they want with the full tank of boost. And apparently what they want to do is be right next to each other.
They're just good friends. Right? And sometimes you bump into a good friend, and Casper is there completely fearless, dives in, and is like, yoink, I'll take that goal, thank you very much. 2-1, once again, just like in game 2. WRG, they do profit off a misplay in defense before misplaying themselves. 6. When he scored a goal, unfortunately it was in the wrong net.
Goal's a goal. It's called an own goal. An unfortunate circumstance. Nevertheless, as 5 Fears, I will tell you, this is a team that loves their immediate responses. They get scored on, it is their imperative objective to score immediately afterwards. Make sure to wash away any of that restored confidence from their opponents. So, very characteristic of them to score, even if it is forcing an own goal.
Own goal was going to do them a world of good. Of course, with the 2-goal lead, they have to be less worried about weird pinch going into their own net, or an otherwise awkward series of events happening. As I say that, an awkward series of events is unfolding. Unfortunately, WRG not able to capitalize off of it. Banana Cat now against Guns gets beaten in the air, and Guns trying to find the dunk on 6, but is not successful in that endeavor. 6 nearly making a connection to Tekos.
It's the right idea for sure. I mean, we talk about taking advantage of the opportunity before you, and if that awkward situation arises, you have the opportunity to pounce. And I like the positioning from White Rabbit Gaming in this matchup. They've done a good job of positioning their players in front of their opponent's net so that if something does occur, they can get that late bump. The issue is 5 Fears are keen to it, right? They see just about everything. Even if you do want to get that last second bump, they'll move out of the way and make that counterattack so forceful that you nearly give up a goal. Wee Casper gets to save your medal, though he's been forced to make plenty of saves. And opportune as well to take it the other side, nearly scores.
And again, now faking it for Wee Casper once more. The area is a bit awkward, but he gets it around Snowy. Nonetheless, Tekos, not a lot of boost to work with her in that regard. 6 can close down the distance. 6 actually is on target! But Guns able to take it to the side.
As he does, take it from the side and do the net. Cross-scored action. Why not? Not a lot of boost, but plenty of talent for Guns to knock that ball across the field.
3 goals, 30 seconds. There were easier comebacks that had to be partaken and undertaken in the history of our great esport. WRG looking down the barrel of losing a 3rd game in a row. Of course, today that does not mean that the series is over just yet. WRG still have a non-zero chance to come back and win the series.
Buckfish, this takes me back to the time where we did the stats corner on the RLCS desk, and hearing non-zero is definitely one of the all-time statistics for this matchup. There it is, 5 Fears take their 3rd win of the series as they move on as, again, one of the favorites to make it all the way to the championship, but they have to step across each stone to get there. The chances, non-zero, but rather close to it for White Rabbit Gaming to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I'm asking Bromeo, who's currently sitting in the green room, to just do the math really quick in his head, preferably. How high the chances for a WRG best of 7 reverse sweep would be in these current circumstances, and I'd expect an answer if we after the series finished. So Bromeo, get on it. And as for us to, well, game 4, I want to take a quick little bet with you. Does WRG get the first goal, or is it 5 Fears?
It's 5 Fears, because I talk so much about their kickoff tactics. I love witnessing their kickoff tactics and the weirdness that is there. And now they have all this cushion as well to try out whatever they want to. Yeah, come on, give me 5 Fears for that first goal. What are you thinking?
To be fair, though, like in Game 3, we saw a lot of kickoff strategies coming out of WRG as well. So I'm not saying is completely without doubt. Let's see the first kickoff here. No, it's rather standard. Aggressive follow-up from Banana Cat, finding the demo, and 6 into the center. Could be dangerous, but Tekos, of course, there where he's needed still. It's an early phase of pressure coming out WRG.
She really liked that development from 6, and I thought maybe you'd get a White Rabbit Gaming player to catch that 50-50 as it surfaces across the net. It's that kind of no-holds-bar, unleashed attitude that we have to see out of White Rabbit Gaming in this matchup that's going to earn them the goals required to win. They have to send it all, much like Guns does off the sidewall.
It's a good recovery there from Guns. Awkward angle. First touch is not letting him down. Well, the shot is just Guns. That's what he does. Crossbar down and in. 5 Fears. Opening goal, so alas, I have to yield. You are the winner.
Am I? But one of the all-time easiest predictions to make, maybe. But I will take the win as they come, as Five Fears have done the first 3 games of this series. Maybe even the 4th is Snowy. Hot pursuit of the ball, and maybe a car along his way for that potential demolition. Ball streaks right across the ramp towards the ceiling as Tekaz picks this up. In search of guns, I think, at the midfield, but we'll have to settle for a couple touches that lead the ball up high. Snowy, flip reset, at a boost, and can only secure the 50.
You know what I'm missing out of 5 years? And I don't mean that disrespectful to WRG in the slightest, but I'd expected by now there would be at least one goal that we would consider for goal of the day. That is still good. I don't think I'd consider that for goal of the day.
It's a compliment because we have that bar so high for these players, but I'm going to give credit to that double tap for a second.
It's good.
Box. That was actually very effective, and I'm very impressed by the way that it hit the net so high and so close below the crossbar. You've got a contender, I would say.
I'm anxious to call it because while the quality of goals in the previous 2 series were certainly different, I feel like they were more impactful. So any goal that the 5 Fear scores has to live up not just through that, but also, well, it has to be mechanically absolutely brilliant. And Declan scored some bangers in that first series as well. So definitely a lot of issues to contend with. We Casper can't quite get it past Guns to get the sort of mandatory 1 goal of WRG.
Banana Cat will use that reset. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, they need a player in the paint to finish the job there. I know it's asking a lot, right? You have to pretty much overcommit if you're White Rabbit Gaming. But at this point, tell me what you have to lose. Another game, another goal. It's required at this point to have somebody in the wing to help you score. That or we Casper just does it himself.
You have... I love it. It's like you're required to have one, or you could just bully your way through if you're weak, Casper. That also works. They will be like, okay, goal's a goal. Again, I'll take it. Let's see if 6 own goals again. It doesn't seem like that is going to be the case immediately. He's now up against Tekos. Bit of support from behind, but 6 does stand his ground. With that, 5 Fears. They are not able to find a third and a quick response that are so known for, Pyro.
There's a world that 6 picks that counterattack ball up and slams a double tap, but apparently we don't live in that world. Not yet, 2 minutes on the clock, so plenty of chances, especially as 5 Fears are pinching it to their own side of the field. It is picked up by Tekaz, but it doesn't help with their positioning along the field. Wee Casper is duped by Guns, who keeps that ball low and slow. Eventually flicks it away to buy some time for 5 Fears. They've got to top up on boost before they make anything of a counterattack. This is Guns does pick up the boost and rams his way through Banana Cat.
Tekos, oh, that's big whiff on the backboard. Banana Cat actually has an opportunity, but he's lacking the boost. Fortunately there for WRG. Not quite able to convert on a rare mistake from the 5 Fears defense. Banana Cat, again, just yeeting it downwards and forwards. Snowy there to collect. 6, making his life difficult. 6, actually around 2. Can he get it down to He Casper? No, he cannot. Unfortunate. Good idea coming out of WRG.
Is there a glimmer of hope here? White Rabbit Gaming, you have earned this spot of top 6 for this open number 2. And now you could earn something even greater. A win against 5 Fears. They've tied this ball game.
And someone please check on Kexy's house because that roof has just hit the stratosphere. 2-2, 52 seconds left on the clock, and surely WRG don't just win this in regulation, Pyro. Well, no, they
surely not. Where goals have come at a premium for White Rabbit Gaming this series. It's been at a discounted rate for 5 Fears. That snappy equalizer or go-ahead goal that we've discussed of 5 Fears. It rears its ugly head once again.
ugly, of course, only if you are a WRG supporter, as many a Twitch chatter seemingly is, or was, at the beginning of this series. But it is a 1-goal lead. 6 into the center. Casper's a little bit too far back, but does lay it off for Banana Cat in a very confounded way. Still though, WRG still in possession. Overcommit by Snowy, tiny bit. Guns coming in and finds a mighty 50-50 on the side wall. That gives 5 Fears momentary control of the ball.
Yeah, this control of the ball that White Rabbit Gaming has had in moments was fleeting, if said at best. 5 Fears showing off what they know to be the best of themselves. The 4-0 sweep, the win, the undefeated streak of this open number 2 continues for 5 Fears.
4-0. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I think there is not much that we can say about this. I think we've seen all and said most of, if not all, we have to say. So, Pyro, what do you think? Let's get the desk back involved. Let's get Sam in. Let's get, I think, Bromeo in, and ask for their opinions on that series. Sorry, mate.
I feel like you threw us under the bus. Not much more for us to say. All right, well, I'm gonna start things off with, we came into this, we knew that WRG were a bit of an upset victory from them to have made it to this point. They've come up against one of the top teams in the entire playoff. Romeo, here's my thing. What takeaways can they take from this game that they can maybe, put under the belt looking forward, because there's still one more game left? So what have they learned? What were the shining moments? What can they take from this game?
I'm being a little bit disrespectful, and let's start here. Credit must be given to WRG for making this all the way. They're going to be locked down to the lowers now, and 5 Fears are sitting in this thing. Well, we've just won this. What did that mean? In the greater scheme of things, we expected them to win. They expected them to win. They won. So your question, what now, is they need to decide whether that was adequate warm-up for, whatever comes, and decide whether they need to change anything ahead of time. So was that a valuable exercise for them? Probably not. But was it a valuable exercise for WRG? Yes, of course. So I do think that 5 Fears played exactly the way we expected them to. They never looked rushed. I don't think we even saw close to what 5 Fears are going to bring later on in the tournament. And I think that's scary, because they are a team that is looking very good right now.
I also want to take this to like a macro and a historical sense of SSA, because we look at it and we see that White Rabbit Gaming did indeed defeat Synthesis, a team that we've called inconsistent, a team that does expose their own gaps. They have cracks that you can pierce through. In SSA, the top teams are not mistake driven. They do not expose those gaps. So for White Rabbit Gaming, for you to win a match like this, you have to force those mistakes. You need to commit heavier on these plays. You're not going to be provided the chances, like Casper was against Synthesis, to fake their way into goals. You have to bring the action. I think they learned that as the series went on, but it was way too late in the match to apply it and try to make these wins carved out. Though Mocked Fish, we did nearly see an overtime, a 2-2 scoreline with a minute to go. You gotta hand them that.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's the fight and it's the mental sort of mindset that they can get into tomorrow. Let's not forget, this was upper bracket. So WRG, we've not said goodbye to them. But tomorrow, I feel like against Astronic, I also want to see a bit more, because I'm still struggling to see how they would beat Astronic if they play like they have today. That being said, it's going to be a completely different dynamic in that series. But Astronic probably quite happy on the side of the bracket they've ended up on.
Well, that kind of brings me to my next question, right? WRG now going to have to be playing against Astronic. Do we believe that there is still a chance for WRG to make a top 4 run? Or is this looking more and more like we may just be saying goodbye to WRG soon?
I think that's a very good question, and I think that is a game that I cannot wait to see, because the 5 Fears White Rabbit game was always, pegged to be a bit one-sided. However, the Astronic White Rabbit game, that's a little bit more uncertain. How is White Rabbit going to pair up against this Astronic team who's flying pretty high after taking down Synthesis in the earlier round, in the low bracket round 1? And so I think tomorrow we're going to see, just now we're going to see that this team is, either on the up, or they did just have a good run in. So I think you raise a very valid point. Is like, what are we expecting to see from this team? And White Rabbit Gaming still have a lot to show, I think.
Now, before we dive into the prep for the next game, but I will go ahead and just let everybody on Twitch know that you can go ahead and make your predictions for the next game, because, of course, that's going to be KCP taking on the Bro Crows. So let us know who you think is going to be coming out on top of that. And remember that you can vote for your driver of the day as well, acgl.gg/vote. With that out of the way, we put a lot of attention on WRG, and there is one question I need to ask about 5 Years before we move on, and that is, this first game for them, they came up against a relatively easy opponent. Their next game is going to be night and day. And I'll throw this one to you, Pyro. Do you think that this has been enough of a warm-up for them, or do you think maybe they're going to go into that next game a bit cold?
I don't think they'll be cold moving into tomorrow. I don't think this shakes anything really about 5 Years to me. We have this team rated solidly at a number 2 for a reason. It's not because of how they arrive on the day. It's what they've done historically. Snowy has made it to Championship Sunday countless times in this region, more than any other player here. They'll find their scrims. They'll get their matchup before semifinals on the day of. They'll be just fine. So kudos to a team that forced the spotlight on White Rabbit Gaming all throughout this match, because we know we set the bar so high for them that they achieve it again.
All right, well, let's dive into our next matchup. As I said, it's the KC Pioneers, our probable favorites for this entire weekend, that are going to be taking on the Bro Crows. Now, of course, that's a name that we're not super familiar with team-wise, Macht, but these players should be familiar to everyone.
Yeah, it's the ex-Cosmico roster after Cosmico just imploded the org. So good riddance to you, but Ravi, Jeff, and Steak, of course, very much known to us. And one of the teams that we said, at the beginning of the season, they are certainly in that top 4 conversation, and they finished just there in the last region. So this is a team that can bring the danger to the Pioneers, but there's one big thing we have to talk about, and that is, well, Luis P for the Pioneers. He is now, unlike an open one, he is down in South Africa.
Ooh, all right. So, Bromeo, from a statistic standpoint, you talk about numbers and ping is a thing. How much of a buff could that potentially prove to be?
Well, it's going to be a massive boon for KCP, and we know that Pioneers are incredibly good already, and the stats show. Their conversion rate for goals is fantastic. They're already scoring 3.5 goals every game they play. And that is an already impressive statistic. So I feel like they will be fancying their chances to take the title straight off the bat. But Bro Crows isn't going to make it easy for them. They did finish top 4 last time through Cosmico. Bro Crows now just harder to say, but still ultimately the same team.
Oh, Bro actually just gamed the system here. I'm convinced Bromeo was in their DMs saying, guys, put Bro in your name.
Oh, yeah.
It's a buff. And I'm convinced that anybody that's ever watched Bromeo actually play the game would know that that's a load of nonsense. But hey, wow. You know what? Maybe he made a really good argument. Who knows?
I mean, you're not wrong, but wow.
Bromeo's catching all the strays from me today. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick a new person every, broadcast day that's just going to catch all the strays.
Please.
It's going to be good fun. Or I'll just make a Bromeo till the end of time. All right.
Yes, please do that.
Why don't we move on over to our predictions? Because as always, we need to put the spotlight on you guys every now and then. So let's talk Who do we think is taking this one? I, unfortunately, was the only one who didn't go with the 4-0 in the previous matchup, and I was punished for my hubris. So, Pyro, tell us, what do your predictions look like for this game?
Well, I do want to say that for Brococros, I'm very impressed with their road here. They had to go through the gauntlet at the GSL stage, going through LFO, who was a top 4 in the last regional, and Amapiano, and taking them to the curb. Sweet-tastic for their approach here in the upper bracket, though. They got to go against the number 1. They got to go against the Pioneers. I don't think they get it done, but they make it interesting. Give me a 4-2 to the Pioneers.
Okay, Macht, would you agree?
I agree half. That half being the team that's winning, because that's of course going to be KCP. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But we've been here before in the last Open, and that's 6 weeks ago, so I'll refresh everyone's mind. It ended 4-0 in favor of the Pioneers. There was an overtime in there, so I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the Brococros. They get 1. But not more. It's going to be 4-1 Pioneers.
Okay, Bromeo?
Look, I don't think that this is going to be Brococro's day. I do think they are a good team. But they are not the kind of team that's going to topple a KCP, especially with a Lewis P in South Africa right now, playing on local pings. So I would so far as to say that this is a potential sweep. So let's stick with that one.
Well, I haven't gone with anything crazy. I've also gone with the KCP vote here. I have a little bit more faith in them. I'm putting the 4-2 to, I want to see a little bit of a battle. I'm devastated that we don't have Greybeard here to defend his position, and I'm going to call him out and throw him under the bus because he went for a 4-2 prediction in favor of the Brococros, and I look forward to hearing. I want to hear a little bit more about that later on. We'll see if we do have the opportunity to chat with him about that in a moment. And taking a look at the Twitch vote, they are also they are not Brococro pilled. They are very much on the KCP hype train, and I think that that does make a whole hell of a lot of sense. But that's going to be most of our yapping done and dusted. So into the hype chamber we go as we get hyped for our final game of the day. That last semi-final spot is waiting in the wings for one of our 2 teams, and we have 2 lovely casters to tell that story. Take it away.
Here we go then. One final series of the day sees the champions of Open 1 taking on the team that has given them their toughest test in this second Open of the season. This game in a best of 5 went the full distance, with Pioneers being able to take the victory on Champions Field. However, now in a best of 7, the situation feels significantly more tense. No one goes home, but a response to the 5 fierce performances needed from the Pioneers to take into tomorrow. But how much pressure can Brococros apply? Join myself and Greybeard as we head into the server to find out.
Brococros, the only team that have given Pioneers any kind of pause during Swiss, taking 2 games from them. So they've at least got that going for them, which is nice, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough. Lewis P in South Africa now will have fully acclimatized and be ready to get going. Maybe that first week during Swiss, he's, getting used to his new lodgings, getting used to the new PC or whatever he needed to do. And I don't know. I get the feeling the Pioneers are going to be ready for them, Rhino.
We've tried to spin this tale, Greybeard, so many times before, where it's very simple that the top of the teams, the cream of the crop, we try to get the idea that the underdogs could form the upset, and we always do. And you clearly have not learned your lesson. And at this point, the Pioneers are coming in with so much steam. They're coming in after a fantastic GSL, but. And I think the thing that you're going to piggyback off is this game went to 5 in Swiss. And I think that really could lead to issues.
Rhino, what you're missing, though, is that one day I'm going to be right. And when I am, it is going to be spectacularly delicious. And
You're so right.
statistically, I have to be, right? I mean, listen, and you know what the joke of it is it's probably gonna happen on the day when there's a forfeit. They'll be like, I knew they could do it. They got a forfeit from their opposition. But having said that, it does come down to the performance on the day. And we are underway, Rhino. Pioneers, Crocros, playing for top 4. And, well, it took all of 4 seconds for To Die For to get Pioneers going.
No. This isn't how it's meant to go. You're meant to make us believe, Crocros. I needed at least 30 seconds of gameplay. But Pioneers take the lead with 4 seconds on the board, and goodness gracious, that is going to be difficult to come back from in game number 1 at least, because the thing about Pioneers and 5 Fears as rosters is that once they're ahead, they control the tempo. They control where you're allowed to go. They control what you're allowed to do. And although you might be able to beat them a couple of times and surprise them, 9 times out of 10, a 1-0 advantage for the favorite is only going to feed into their favor. And at this particular point, Pioneers will be so confident having already achieved that scoreline.
Well, listen, you're getting that goal after 4 seconds. You can immediately just relax and go, okay, now we can play ourselves slowly into this game. We don't have to rush anything. We don't have to think about, are we, bang, and there you go. Settled, comfortable, 54 seconds, 2 goals. First set up here by Lewis, but look at the touch there. The bump in the air. Rhino, scrumptious.
So many different words to describe that, and scrumptious certainly is one of them. Jeff, I mean, he just got blindsided. He was coming through beside the player, beside Luis P, and he was like, oh yeah, no worries, I'm going to have this saved. To Die For's got on the board again, second goal. And I just got a question. Has Manfield ever been used as a cricket ground? Because I think this might be the closest that it's ever come with the scoreline that we might be about to see.
This is, you know what, as well as the Crocros did in the Swiss, and they really did do well to take the 2 games. I think we're seeing early on that the Pioneers are not here to mess about. They're here to get a job done. They are laser focused on their top 4 work tomorrow, and they want to get an early night or get into scrims or do something else other than this.
Yeah, they want to be anywhere but here. Apparently, is the Pioneers' way. And Sweaty looking for a pass to the back post. There isn't anyone there, but now to follow through To Die For. It's stopped by Ravi. How many times have we spent waxing lyrical about Ravioli? What a young player, destined to be a great of the SSA scene. But of course, at this particular moment, just overshadowed by the elder statesmen who've been there, done it, got the t-shirt, and are not fazed by these games. Pioneers, 3 to the good, 2 minutes gone, and, well, I was about to say they've stopped the bleeding, and that continues to be true. Good save from Jeff.
Yeah, but the efficiency of the Pioneers is so good. They're on their rotations. It has been now a good 60 to 80 seconds where I think the ball has spent maybe 3% of the time over on the blue side. And every time it is, as it is now, Pioneers so good at just turning it around and bringing it back. And there we go, floating loose To Die For. Having a crack, but it does not leave the Crocro side. Here comes Sweaty. Okay, 1 reset, putting it toward the corner. Lewis going to bring it right back round. To Die For lurking on the halfway line, just waiting for an opportunity to shoot. It doesn't come, but it shall. Oh, Jeff!
Wow.
Excellent opportunity the other side, not taken.
Goodness me, good defense from the Pioneers, making sure every avenue is closed off. And 2 players there fighting over the 100 boost. That's not going to look too good to their fan base, but that being said, they are 3-0 up. They can kind of do whatever the hell they want. 2 minutes left on the clock. Appearance away, and actually that's Stake winning that one. Backboard to Uppel, finds it too. No pass, because there's no player there at the back post as the Spaniard tried to get through. Going to happen on that occasion, and another clearance away as Luis P on the left-hand side. And trying to bring this away for his team, and something that the Crocros have done since conceding that 3rd goal is they've made it difficult for the Pioneers to get out of their half. I respect it.
Well, it's at least something in a game where there's not much to take from it. You got to take your victories where you can. Maybe they can make something happen. Jeff looking to disrupt play. No one's there, so he retreats for boost. Ravi's shot bounces. Awkward for a moment for Pioneers, but hits the crossbar and out. And that's about as close as they've come all game, except for a Jeff shot earlier, which was instantly blocked away. We're into the last minute. 3 early goals from the Pioneers has got them set, got them locked in, and they're cruising their way to a great game 1 run.
Yeah, they are. 45 seconds left as down the right-hand side, Luis P looking for the shot to die for. Oh my goodness, that redirect is gorgeous. It's not quite happening. Ball into the middle. It's not happening just yet. Stake from that right-hand side, looking for a pass into the middle, but it's saved away once again. Pioneers doing a good job of that goal line defense to die for. That control is absolutely ludicrous. It's absolutely incredible, and Pioneers continue to impress even in their own half.
Well, you can say this about the Pioneers team. They are looking day-potent at the moment. Almost impossible to beat.
I was trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Sweaty moving forwards. It's up onto the ceiling. And now to die for off the right-hand side, trying to find one more for the road, and Pioneers take home game 1. And you would imagine that right now, Crows, like a student at Hogwarts, they just want to shield themselves away and hide and get out of there as quickly as possible. That was a battering in game number 1.
Early in my casting days, when I was still learning to cast Rocket League, I got to cast some high school Rocket League, some American high school Rocket League, and one of the teams had a grand champion on it, and everybody else in the lobby was sort of plat and gold, and it was very rough. There was a scoreline of around 20, and this series is nowhere near that, but it can be tough when you're seeing a team as good as the Pioneers and Crows. They are throwing everything at it. It is hard. It is tough. And you know, we as casters, analysts, trying to find a light for them. Like, what can they hold on to maybe find some hope in a series like this?
And that's where it becomes a little bit tough, Greybeard, because history goes against the Crows, to be honest with you. Pioneers, the players on the Pioneers, they've been in this position before. Certainly the 2 Sub-Saharan Africa representatives. And it's very rare that they lose in this upper bracket final. It's very rare that they don't go into top 4 from this position. But the Crows, they need to do what they did in the second half of that game. The first half looked rough, no doubt about it. Pioneers were the fastest to wake up. But after that, Crows started to get their feet under them, and they started to make some plays just like that one. And now, if they're able to make sure that Pioneers don't get out for free, they make it really hard to break that midfield line. They really have something to say in this series, in this game.
Well, they're at least on the right side of the pitch. Have spent a bit of time there. Stake towards the net, but what a save from Sweaty. He had about 14 boost going into that and used 9 of it to get that save. But Stake is not done. He's really doing well to get it in front. Jeff is there, but it's blocked away. But this is much better from the Crows. They're at least camping out, spending a bit of time in their opponent's half.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an opportunity there. The demo comes through. Is there a follow-up? Sweaty over on that right-hand side. How does he get that second challenge? That's silly. Stake on the left. The pass middle. Sweaty thought about going, but then thinks better of it. Maybe to die for called him off. Thought he had a better opportunity. Didn't. Sweaty through the air, off the backboard, cleared away by Ravi. But his touch is a little bit weak. Luis P, backboard, looking for to die for. But a huge save comes through. And Stake can now break away for the Crows.
But look at this. This is good from them. By this stage of the last game, Crows were 3 goals down. So this is a massive improvement from them. They definitely seem to have themselves more together, more in order, both defensively and on offense. Actually building opportunities on the other side. This is going to be awkward. Lewis can't get there. It gets popped over him to die for with a bit of a wild shot from distance. Lewis, way too soft,
no
but
way.
it is so awkward, but they do keep it out. But importantly, they don't concede.
That is very important at this stage, and they have lasted significantly longer without conceding than game number 1. Luis P down the left-hand side gets a shot away anyway, and just under the crossbar. That is absolutely insane. The power in that shot is just too much. Stake thought he was able to get the cut and the demo onto his countryman, but it doesn't happen, and I can say with assertion that Pioneers take the lead 1-0.
Yeah, and you felt in a game like this, in which Bro Crocros have done well with, they had to score. Whenever you're the underdog team, if you're actually making your opponents sweat a little bit and keeping them restrained, it just feels like you've got to be the first to get out the gate, and that would have done so much for their confidence and for the state of the game. Not to be. Pioneers are in front, and now the Bros have to score at least twice.
Yeah, they do. They've got half the game to do it, so there is a potential. And I know for a fact that in my prediction, I did give Bro Crocros a game because I do believe in the quality that this Bro Crocros team has. You can't forget their import player, Stake. He has been around the block and back again. He's done a lot of work in European RLCS as well. And so he is certainly someone to learn from for Jeff and Ravi, as they will turn to him for advice, you would think, and ways to play the game. Ball into the middle. It will be Sweaty who just goes by. Ravi gets the clearance away. And now with 1:50 on the clock, Bro Crocros might just need to turn up the tempo a little bit.
What I am pleased to see here from the Bros is that they did cause trouble for themselves in Swiss. They made it harder than it needed to be. They made it harder than it needed to be in GSL, where they had to reverse LFO. And despite the fact that they're losing here, lost game 1 and the single goal behind in the next game, they are playing very, very well. Stake, surely! Yeah. Bang! There it is! The Bros level game 2.
Took them a while to score, but finally they have. Pioneer's defense broken down. And that near angle, and we were just talking about him. Say his name and he appears. Stake. Pile drives into the left-hand side of the goal. And the Spaniards doing fantastic work for Bro Crocros. And oh, that's a loose touch there off the backboard. Oh. Surely, what a save to die for! Gets up there like a tall drink of water to try and head that one away. And it's beautiful work. Pioneers still level.
And often overlooked, okay, it's going to the corner. It's often overlooked in terms of the work that To Die For and Sweaty do up front, their mechanical prowess. But both of them are devastatingly good. In defense, those clutch saves, being where they need to be in defense, they do it so often. They are so good at it. Oh.
Yeah, you're a little bit tasty there. Ball out of the corner. Will come through, and there's still a chance for Pioneers. The pressure is building. It was palpable. You could feel it. And Pioneers, when they get in a mood like that, it's difficult to stop them. The pass back is perfect. Ravi can't read it. Driven into the bottom right corner. Pioneers 2-1.
And that's probably enough. I mean, Bros have got to come swinging out of this kickoff. They've got to come hot. They've got to come heavy. They get the best of it off the kickoff. I don't know if they can make anything happen with it. Not immediately. Last 19 seconds to find a way through. They're on the right side of the pitch, and Ravi should be able to keep it there. Yes, he gets a pass To Die For, but not Sweaty. Sweaty with the long clearance. To Die For with a demo at the front is going to keep a return from Bros in the dying seconds. Very, very difficult. Ravi keeps it up. Jeff doesn't have enough boost to do much. It's hit to the ground. Pioneers 2-0.
Yeah, and that one was a significantly closer game than the first one, at least. So there's more to talk about in that sense, Greybeard, as you feel like the Bro Crocros started to feel a little bit better, and you can see it in the stat line right in front of you. 7 shots on that game for Bro Crocros. I don't exactly remember how many shots they had in game 1, but I know it was a lot less than that. And they kept Pioneers to below 10 shots as well, which proves that their defense is also performing.
And if you want to be critical, two goals out of 9 shots, that's a good defensively from the Bros, and maybe Pioneers could do a bit better with that. But yeah, seven from the Bros. They would want to do better than just a single goal out of it. a much better game for them, but the problem is they didn't win it. And now, you know, you get the sense that maybe they're already seeing the tail lights of the Pioneers. It's just so when you get to a point where you're up and close, we saw it with Deathcloud and Five Fears yesterday. Deathcloud had an opportunity to win against Five Fears in the opening game. Took them to overtime, but as soon as they lost the overtime, it just got progressively harder for them.
Yeah, it did. And I think there's a part also what you're talking about where you've got to take your chances. If you are given a team that you're playing against and they're not playing at 100%, or they're letting you have opportunities, or they're making mistakes, you have to pounce on those opportunities, especially when that team is the Open 1 champions. And on that occasion, Crows, I feel like had their chances. I feel like had moments where they were the team in the ascendancy and the team with the pressure. They just couldn't make it pay. And Pioneers, they didn't really have to perform at 100% to win that game number 2. They should have to be at 100% to win this game 3.
Hundreds of percent. Well, they're trying. They're on a positive side of the pitch for them, or at least they were. Again, at least they don't look like they're already capitulating. They're still in there. They're still fighting this, which is very good to see. And if they can score first here, if they can find a lead, man, oh man, maybe they will. A crack will form into which they can jam a crowbar and try and pry a victory out of it.
That feels like what you need to do, right? Like it's not really going to be a pretty play. It's not going to be a mechanical kind of 3-man play that beats the Pioneers. It's going to be one where you force yourself across the line. You take the 50, you win the 50. That's a passing play. That one could work. That would have been one of the caster curses of all time. Doesn't happen on this occasion. Luis P. Reset, goes low, needed help, didn't get it. Now Stake can bring it away for the Bros.
And the way the brackets are shaping up, if the there we go, Sweaty breaks the deadlock a little earlier than they did in the last game.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, so good. And yeah, they bring it out when they need to. It almost feels like a cat stalking a pigeon sometimes. They take their time slowly to get themselves into the right position to pounce.
Yeah, certainly. And it always seems to be coming off the back of Luis P, I have to say. He's been lights out in the first 2 games and now this game as well in this series. Exceptional, setting up his teammates, making sure they have the best possible opportunity to score. And on that one, Sweaty still had to do a little bit of reading. It's not easy to read that one coming down off the crossbar. But he does a good job of it to die for. Snipes the top left corner. I mean, that is postage stamp. That is upper 90, whatever you want to call it. I personally just call it perfection.
Yeah, and this is the Pioneers getting the first glimpse of the Crows in their rearview mirrors. You know, just pulling out of that blind spot in the lane behind, and yeah, they're such a good team, and for very good reason that we go on about the Pioneers and Five Fears being the 2 best teams in the region, and we see it in their performance here. Whoever they come up against, they're doing their work, and for the most part incredibly efficiently, and the number of errors are few and far between.
Yeah, they are. They're doing great work. As now they're looking to extend, and when Pioneers get the bit between their teeth, when they start to feel like there is a moment where they can capitalize and pounce, they very rarely miss. Jeff over to his left side, gets bumped off the play. There is a follow through, but Luis P wins that 50 so efficiently. Now asks for the snowplow, but Sweaty just comes away from that play again. Pioneers not liking what they're seeing in front of them. And so they will reset and go for maybe another set play. And
it's right now, it's Crows doing all the defending, and that's just cannot be. They can't be there. They got to camp out on the other side. They're the team chasing Jeff, trying to find his way through. And every time Jeff lines up for a shot, it just seems like this wall of defense forms for the Pioneers. Sweaty. Oh, Steak. Incredibly important touch to get it away. Maybe an opportunity here. Something might be opening up depending on how it comes out of the corner, but to dive for calmly, smoothly, competently clears it away.
Yeah, now Luis P sees a man ahead of him. Isn't able to get past. Sweaty sends it up to the halfway line. Asks Luis P, can you do something for me? The answer is no. That's a shot on. Sweaty doesn't have a lot of resource to save, but he has enough. Pushes it to the side. Steak. Nothing in the tank. No boost. Big problems as it turns out, as To Die For now takes it around Jeff. Looking now for the pass middle. Just playing the 50. So Luis P can set up on the left-hand side. He loves playing on this left wing, cutting in and scoring. And there he is at his best, finding just below the crossbar to finish the job. He doesn't really need all that many resources, does he? Pioneers 3-0.
As he was setting up that play, most of his team were pretty far away, and he was probably aware of that and didn't need them. Oh, and here we go. The steamroller is out, Rhino, and it is rolling with purpose.
Yeah, the Zamboni is rolling over the ice and flattening Bro Crows beneath it. And with a 4-0 with 40 seconds to go, this is not looking ideal for the former Cosmico roster. That's putting it politely, I would suggest. The breakaway could be there. No, not going to happen on this occasion. But off that right-hand side, what a save, Jeff. Stand up and be counted, pal. That's beautiful.
I wonder what sort of odds I could get on Bro Crow pulling off a reverse sweep, because they would be quite staggering, and it might be worth just throwing $100 on that, just for like.
Yeah, why not?
They're probably better odds than winning the lottery, but not by much.
No, not by a lot. We need something that proves that there is a sign of life, though, and that game number 2 was exactly that. But it still didn't feel like it was really enough. Bro Crows have been stopped at every single turn by Pioneers. And at the moment, it feels like anyone who even gave Bro Crows a game in their predictions was a fool. And I am pointing at myself.
Well, you know what? It's so important here for Bro Crows to find something, because if this turns out to be a sweep, and it's quite likely to be that way, then you say Pioneers did what we would expect Pioneers to be doing, sweeping it. But for Bro Crows, they took 2 games out of them in Swiss, and whatever the circumstances were, they took 2 games out of them, and they would have felt, guys, we can take a game, take 2 games, maybe even take 3, and I think it does more damage to the Bros to come out of this being swept than the benefit it has for Pioneers sweeping, if that makes sense what I've said. And they've got to find a way here, and this is their best opportunity, because in game 4 a team that's 3-0 up will often sort of take their foot off the gas a little bit, and Bros maybe want to find a way to pry an opportunity there to take a game.
Yeah, and what is giving us a little bit of an insight into the mentality of Bro Crows is 0 timeouts.
Yeah,
no timeout taken after
good.
going 2-0 down, and no timeout taken after going 3-0 down. It really feels like if someone in that group was to turn around and say, guys, we took 2 games off of this team literally last week. Can we please take a timeout to discuss what's going on? You need that person in that VC to say that, and everyone to rally around that and go, oh yeah, we did take 2 games from this team, didn't we? Maybe there's a chance. And you start to build that mentality back up brick by brick in a timeout, ice out your opponents, and go into game number 4 or even game number 3 with a little bit more confidence. They've not done that, and that unfortunately shows me a little bit of an insight into how Bro Crows are viewing this series.
Well, maybe it's a case of in game 1, is that going to be goal number 1? It's not. Floats across the net, doesn't get tapped in. In game 1, we spoke about, it seems like Pioneers were in a hurry to get this done. And maybe conversely, the Bro Crows are well, we're going to lose this, so we might as well just get it done and get out of here as soon as possible, which I doubt it, because if that were the case, I'd be very disappointed with that, because surely you've got to take this as a learning experience. But I'm starting to get a sense of that, you know. Well, let's get done here and start looking forward to a potential semi-final meetup against Five Fears tomorrow.
Yeah, and out of everyone on this field, Stake is a competitor. Stake is an absolute warrior and has been for a long time. And you would be surprised if he is allowing that mentality to creep into a team that he is on of, we're not going to win, so it doesn't matter. And maybe there's a chance here. Luis P getting the job done and making the save. Crow's win the 50. It's close. Sweaty is back, but he's not being able to recover. And hang on just a moment, Greybeard. Is there a storyline forming?
Don't get ahead of yourself there, Ryder. They just scored a goal. Okay, just take a breath.
I said forming. Not there yet.
However, having said that, you're not too far wrong. This is the Bro Crow's first lead. It is something to build on. So their first job is to lock down in defense. Be very wary of the insta response from the Pioneers. Keep them out and then look to extend. One goal's not enough. I just don't see it being enough against KCP. But your first job is don't let them equalize early. Make them work, and then while you look for an opportunity to extend the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the most important thing right now, is you got to make sure that either you extend the lead or you don't allow the equalizers to come through. Pioneers, they are a tough team to face, of course. They are very difficult to get around. Sweaty off the left-hand side. Not going to be able to get much done. There's a demo onto Ravi. Is it a relevant demo? Yes, Luis P is able to take that away, but that cut from Jeff could be so important. And Bro Crows will set up on defense once again.
Stakes alone for a moment, does very well, buys some time and gets it cleared. Ravi was upfield, Jeff was respawning. And they've done the job. They didn't allow a quick concession. Louis P though, 1v1 versus Stake to die for. Surely gets a bump. Sweaty can't get the shot. Louis remains controlled, tries to find a way, can't get there. Excellent bit of defending, composed defending from the Bro Crows, because that was looking very close to a KCP goal.
It certainly was. Well won there by Ravi. And something the Bro Crows need to use is their speed. They've got three players who are really quick across the map. Oh my goodness, maybe they don't. Maybe they just find incredible double touches from out of nowhere. And that's exactly what Stake does. That's a really difficult angle to hit. And Bro Crows, maybe getting at least something on the board in a series against KCP.
Well, what you said after the first goal, Rhino, I think would have been better said now, because now there's a bit more credibility in the statement, a storyline forming. And I mean, look, I don't think there's any way they find a reverse sweep here, but taking a game, as we were alluding to at the start, just before this game, taking a game, taking two games, maybe even three would be so huge for their confidence.
I think you'll find, Greybeard, me saying that at the point that I did actually shows just how intelligent I am. And I saw something happening. I saw something sparking in the Bro Crows performance. And I went early because, to be honest, that's just what I was seeing in front of me. And Pioneers, they've not been able to deal with it. Okay, here we go. Luis P has had enough of playtime. He's ready to shut this one down in 4. And that's a great collection and a touch, but Bro Crow's still ahead.
They're still ahead, but this is such a critical kickoff, and the next 15 to 25 seconds are incredibly important for them. They have got to keep themselves together here, because, there it is.
Oh, no.
There it is. Yeah, that concession had me so worried, and what a playoff kickoff here, man. Oh, wow. Pioneers, bang, bang, have leveled it up.
And suddenly, from intelligence to wearing the dunce cap, that is absolutely incredible. In the space of about 10 seconds as well, might I add. Hang on a moment. Ooh, good save there from Sweaty. We are still level. Just one goal could be the difference. for Bro Crows to get something on the board. And Jeff wants to find it. Out of the corner, passes middle, 50. Won by Bro Crows, but it's not enough. And now Sweaty brings this one away out of the corner. Met by the defense. Up in the side to die for. Backboard, nothing doing. And Stake trying to bring this away. Luis P shuts it down. And maybe there is an overtime on the board. Or Pioneers might want to end this in regulation. No. Bro Crows get it down.
We have an overtime. Will we see a KCP overtime? They scored in 4 seconds, like right off against Astronic last night. It's not going to happen the same way today. Bro Crows won't allow that. And they might have an opportunity. Ravi kind of gives that ball away. He was low on boost, looking for some kind of pass, but just too much of a giveaway. Too easily given to Pioneers. Lewis gets bumped, but does incredibly well, and just needed a teammate for the tap-in.
Luis P finds plays where there simply shouldn't be any. Does a great job there, bringing something through. That's a miss on the backboard. Got a strike now, Bro Crows, but they are so far back, so afraid of the Pioneers counter. And now all of a sudden they're all in the attack space when they probably should be defending. This is not great positioning from Bro Crows. They make it work for the moment. Ball into the middle. Nice fake coming through from Ravi. Now trying to escape down the right-hand side. Wants to bump on the back lines, but nothing really happening there until Stake takes it through. The breakaway is in. Sweaty, reset, turning the corner. Good block and good save.
Nicely done by Ravi. Now he's got an opportunity on the other side. Stake's going to pick this up, but dispossessed by Sweaty. For how long? Jeff. Well, this is good from Brococo. Their best performance by far. They've held KCP to an overtime, and we are deep into the second minute of that overtime.
There we are. Here we go, Luis P wanting to get the bump. Oof, Jeff does really well to recover and then get that ball away. He's going to be given another opportunity here. Just tries to laser into the top left corner. It was missing anyway. Sweaty tries to bring it forwards. Good cut by Stake. It's a shot on for Pioneers, and this overtime has felt very even, I have to say, Greybeard. It's felt very 50-50 up to this point. And Bro Crows just needs to take advantage of one opportunity. That's all.
My only wish for the Bro Crows is that this was game one. If they were performing like this in game one, the complexion of the series might have been very, very different. And yet another opportunity from the Pioneers goes a-begging. Bro Crows have not been without their opportunities. They're going forward with very little boost. And they got to watch this return. Ravi and Jeff struggling. But they do get back. They do keep it out. But something to keep an eye on. And now 100% no boost for a moment for the Bro Crows. Ravi and Stake, though, have filled up.
Really tough there. Pass back from To Die For. Luis P goes long. Almost a double commit from the Bro Crows that is fixed in due course. Sweaty into the corner. Beaten on the corner. Now To Die For. Sweaty's got a demo on the goal line. The goalkeeper's gone! But Stake fills in the gap. And Bro Crows live to fight another day. Do they live to fight another game? That's the question. Not yet. Good saves on the goal line from Pioneers.
Man, 3 minutes of overtime. This is going long. Longest, I think we had a 4-minute overtime earlier on. I don't know. The Death Cloud game might have had a very long overtime, but this is very good from the Bro Crows. But they've got to win this. You know, the longer an overtime goes on, the more devastating it is if you lose it. And they will be elated if they can just find a way to push this to a game 5.
That's a really intelligent pass. Jeff just can't get anything done in the corner. Sweaty, favorite to win this one. Misses the first time, and that invites Ravi to come and challenge. There's no one in the middle, no second man waiting. Stake has to cut in the midfield, but doesn't get all of it. Luis P has got a demo on the back line, so it's a 1v1 downfield, but losing possession. Now Ravi. Ooh, I don't know why. It's an overtime. You shouldn't go for it, but I really wanted to see the psycho attempt. But the demo on the goal line means that To Die For has had the way paved for him by his teammates. And that is going to do it. Pioneers win in 4.
Yeah, while Ravi was spawning in, Jeff got eliminated, and that just left Too few defenders, too much of a wide open net. Great final game, and at least put some meat onto the series. But ultimately, it goes the way we expected it to go. We were hoping that Bro Crocros would at least take a game, maybe two. But in the end, Pioneers sweeping their way to the semifinals.
That they have 2 4-0 sweeps in a row. Devastation in the camps for all of those that had a little bit of hope for our underdogs. But no, our top 2 teams show once again that they are an absolute force to be reckoned with. But I'm going to go with a similar question that I had a little bit earlier on. You know, what is going to be the big takeaway here? And I'm going to throw it to Bromeo again just because I think it's funny. What's going to be the big takeaway for our underdog in this series?
Takeaway? Pizza? I don't know. I already made that joke. Cock joke. I'm sorry. I think that, look, this ultimately was a sweep, but it was, if we just have a look at the way the last game went, especially in the vein of that overtime, there were a lot of passages of play where Pioneers were pushed. And I do not think this was even the same sort of game, because I feel like Rokroko has added so much to this contest, and there were some periods in this game where it could have gone either way. So I do think that it was beneficial to both teams this time around, and I do think it was beneficial even more so for Bro Crocros heading out. So look, it didn't go the way of Bro Crocros, but they must take some heart away from that final game, because they pushed, and they pushed hard.
Can I
Now,
ask Romeo a question?
Give me
Sure,
1 second
go
and
for
then
it.
you can. Just a reminder to everybody that you need to just go to acgl.gg/vote to get your vote in for driver of the day. This is your last opportunity to do so, to make sure that you get your vote in. All right, Greybeard, go ahead.
I'm ready.
Is there anything to read into the fact that 5 Fears have literally cruised their way through, lost nothing in Swiss or GSL, swept with emphasis today, whereas the Pioneers lost their 2 games in Swiss. They haven't had it as easy. As we look forward to a potential clash tomorrow, are we clutching at straws to read something into that being a factor?
Do you know what? I felt very strongly heading into the end of Open 1 that 5 Fears were looking far more dangerous than KCP. And I think my prediction on the desk was 5 Fears to take it. And 5 Fears are showing the same sort of mettle that they displayed last time again. And history will show that, KCP took the first Open, but it was not close. It wasn't a very, very long distance between 5 Fears potentially taking it as well. So you're 100% on the mark here. At this point in time, I'll be honest with you, I am more afraid of this 5 Fears team than I am of the KCP team, ping aside.
Interesting.
Okay, those are some really big words. Now, what I want to do here as we start to wrap up the day is I want to take a look at our bracket, if we do have that available, because of course that's going to be us wrapping up our last game of the day, and we can see now what that quarterfinal is going to look like as we look towards the semis. Of course, 5 Fears and Pioneers have already booked their spot into the semis. Tomorrow, the quarterfinals are going to be spicy. Rhino, heavy is the head that wears the dunce cap. How are we feeling about our quarterfinal matches tomorrow?
I feel really good about both of these quarterfinal matchups. I'm actually super excited. I want to talk about the top side of that really quickly. Bro Crocros versus Amapiano. Oh, I am licking my lips. I am shaking my hands together. This looks so good to watch. That game is probably going to be played. Both of those teams have massive credibility to be top 4 in the region. Both of them really have incredible players on their respective teams. And so I imagine that is going to be absolute fireworks as our second series of the day. But take nothing away from Astronic versus White Rabbit, because that has potential to go off as well.
Well, clearly, I mean, we know what Rhino's most exciting game of tomorrow is going to be. Let me hear from Greybeard and Bromeo, and in that order, please. What are your most anticipated games of tomorrow?
I think the big one's actually going to be White Rabbit and Astronic, because on paper Astronic should be clearing that, but we said that all of the GSL and White Rabbit were sensational. So I think that's going to land up being a really, really close series. We heard Kexi in the interview earlier saying that Bro Crocros are a really strong team, and I don't think they feel they can overcome them, and I'd be surprised if Amapiano pushed them too far. I'm maybe a 4-2 there, but the one I'm licking my lips for is the WRG Astronic game.
All right,
Man,
tiebreaker, Romeo.
Honestly, this is incredible, because today we saw 2 sweeps and we saw 2 game 7s, and there was no in between. I think this is going to be tomorrow is going to be another day of the exact same thing. I'm not as enthused for WRG. I think, and I'll make my call right now. I think Astronic's going to take it. But Amapiano versus Bro Crocros, I have no idea. Those teams for me are currently sitting on the same level, and it's a coin toss for me at this point. I'll have to have a look deeper into it so I can offer chat a better prediction tomorrow. But I think there's going to be so much potential for upsets, 1, and 2. So much potential for really great games, and I'm going to be here for all of them, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
All right. So one thing that I do just want to point out, I said, heavy is the head that wears the dunce cap. Funnily enough, it's not Bromeo that gets to wear that dunce cap. Because for
but
those of
you meant Rhino. Yeah, I know.
I did. I know. But now I'm pivoting. All right, let me pivot.
Okay.
Otherwise, I won't compliment
Yeah.
you after a day of giving you shit. Bromeo has walked out with 3 perfect predictions over the course of the day. So well done to our local analyst Statsman, has done some wonderful work there. Now this isn't a prediction so much as a personal preference, and now we're gonna again start on the other side and work our way back. Rhino, we're gonna kick off with you. Who's your driver of the day?
Okay, who is my driver of the day? Give me Skill Steal. Give me Skill Steal.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
What a player. And he really showed up. He stepped up today, played incredibly well, showed that the Unk still got it. Yeah, I think Skill Steal absolutely has a shout to be driver of the day. He played so well in that game 1.
I have 2 potentials, one from a winning team, one from a losing team. From a winning team, Amapiano, Nitro. I loved what he did there. I am very excited that he might be on the cusp of his breakthrough moment. But then on a losing team, I loved what Tunza did for Death Cloud Esport today, and he ultimately would get my driver of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to go straight off the back of Greybeard and say Twinzer for the Windsor. He honestly carried.
That is so good. Hold on. I got to give you props.
About-
That was outstanding.
It's not even mine. I think it was Monkey Shines, right?
Monkey Shines.
Yeah.
Got
Oh,
it.
brilliant.
Good call,
Yeah.
good call. And I also just will make it known that Macht has said Twinsy Poo for driver of the day, so we know
Twinsy
who
Poo.
his is. Yeah, good old Twinsy Poo. I'm going to go for no particular reason other than my pure bias, Tweaks.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to put
Shout out
behind
Tweaks.
that, and that I'm just biased. All right. Well, I'm very curious to see what our viewers thought who their driver of the day was. So let's take a look at that up on your screens. And would you look at that?
Let's go.
It was now. Okay. I have a question here. I'm not going to ask Rhino because we already knew this is what he wanted. So I'll go with Greybeard. How much of this do you think is first game bias? Everybody went and made their vote and it was too late, and how much of it do you think was actual good thought at the end of the day?
I think this was Jay with a lot of whipping, getting the fans in there to vote is what I think. Having said that, though, Skill Steal is a banger choice.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Congratulations to Skill Steal for being our driver of the day. A very impressive performance, I felt, across the board from a lot of our different drivers, and looking forward to seeing what they're going to have in store for us tomorrow. But that, unfortunately, is going to be the end of day number 1. So thank you so much, everybody, for having me for my first day. I will be back. You can bet your bottom dollar on that one. Thank you so much to my wonderful analysts and casters for helping carry me through the day. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, of course, to production, who, without you guys, this would not be possible. Thank you to the viewers, and of course, our phenomenal drivers who put on an amazing show every single time. And the action does not stop here. We will see you all back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you soon.